Good morning, gentlemen. I once again extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests and delegates on the second and closing day of the Goa Maritime Symposium. Yesterday, we witnessed substantive deliberations on highly contemporary themes of the symposium. In continuation with the spirit of the symposium, we now commence session 4. The theme for this session is leveraging activities pursued through existing multinational organizations in the IOR towards generating collective maritime competencies. The speakers for the session are Captain Mami Rakotomanga from Madagascar, Captain Chua Swat from Myanmar, Major Hans Paul from Seychelles, and Lieutenant Commander P. Ashok Verma from India. The session would be moderated by Captain C.S.S. Rawat from India. I now request the moderator to kindly come up on the stage for conduct of the session.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all the delegates for session 4 of Goa Maritime Symposium on day 2. I'll start the proceedings right away. The topic that is flashed over here is quite contemporary, and it affects each of the nations in IOR. The importance of Indian Ocean region needs no repetition and has been amply discussed in the previous sessions. This region has witnessed sweeping changes and considerable turbulences in recent past. The region is faced with pressing challenges to transnational security issues like piracy, smuggling, illegal fishing, sea level rise, natural disasters, maritime terrorism, just to name a few. These challenges demand proactive maritime policies and responses. Hence, it has become an imperative for the countries in the region to create a secure maritime environment by strengthening their capabilities. While each country is free to undertake its own course to achieve these capabilities, considering the limited resources, budgetary constraints, as well as total lack of experience in certain areas, it may not be cost and time effective to create these structures from scratch. Furthermore, the transnational nature of certain issues make it impossible for a nation to deal with it in isolation. And this calls for a requirement for engaging with like-minded countries to harness capabilities and to develop collective maritime competences. This in turn has led to creation of a number of multilateral organizations and groupings in IOR and beyond, which help the member nations to address common concerns collectively in maritime domain. Now, each of these organizations has its own strengths in dealing with the particular issues. There are more than 10 major and scores of minor organizations which are present in IOR. The major ones include IONS, IORA, SAC, ASEAN, ARF, SADC, just to name a few. While each of these organizations has its own charter and focus areas, there are some overlaps both in terms of the members as well as the issues that they deal with. For example, most of these organizations deal with regional security, including maritime security issues. Also, shared common interests and threats bring to both developed as well as developing nations together at these organizations and present a platform to share experiences, expertise, resources, and technology. Now, within the respective organizations, the member nations undertake various activities collectively to address the issues that concern them and improve their preparedness to deal with the threats. These activities include conferences, seminars like the one which we are having right now, sharing of information, training workshops, and real-time exercises. Now, this brings us to the sub-theme of this session, which is leveraging activities pursued through existing multilateral organizations in IOR towards generating collective maritime competencies. Just yesterday, during the discussions, the role of IONS towards acceptance of common SOP for HADR among the member nations was highlighted. This gives an indication toward the possibility of utilizing the activities being undertaken by various multilateral organizations to fill the void in maritime security structures within IOR. On the face of it, there are several mutual benefits that can be achieved. It could help in sharing of experiences and expertise to deal with issues. arrive at practices through common understanding, formulation of common SOPs for prompt response and smooth interoperability, and finally, percolation of technology to developing nations, technology which is currently at disposal of developed nations only. However, before we come to any conclusion, we need to explore the role and effectiveness of existing multilateral organizations in IOR and discuss various views on leveraging activities of these organizations to enhance maritime security in the region. We may also discuss the proposal to add new aspects of comprehensive maritime security under the multilateral format. Now, before I call upon the first speaker, I'd like to caution that even within the maritime domain, the scope of this sub-theme is vast, and certain issues like sea level rise may be beyond the scope of this forum, which primarily comprises of navies and maritime security agencies of the participating nation. Thus, it would be prudent to restrict the presentations and discussions within the domain of influence of this forum. The rules of engagement would remain as it was earlier. The time allotted to each speaker is 15 minutes, and I request the speakers to restrict to this time. For the question answer session, we'll follow the earlier pattern, wherein the first opportunity would be provided to the delegates from friendly foreign nations, followed by the audience, and subsequently the views from head table. May I now call upon Captain Memi from Madagascar to present his talk.
Honorable Admiral, Commandant of the Naval War College, distinguished senior officers and foreign delegates, good morning. I'm Captain Mami Rakutumanga Diotune from the Madagascar Navy. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian Navy for inviting us to this prestigious event. I would like also to thank my colleagues who have done their presentations yesterday. I am going to present the topic for Session 4, leveraging activities pursued through existing multinational organizations in Indian Ocean region toward generating collective maritime competencies. The scope of my presentation is as seen on the screen. Let me talk a little bit about the Madagascar maritime profile. We have a long coastline of 5,000 kilometers and 253 islands. The territorial water surface is 111,120 square kilometers, and the economic exclusive zone is 1,120,000 square kilometers. We are claiming continental shelf of 860,900 square kilometers in the south of the country. Two major sea lines of communications passes near Madagascar, one in the Mozambique Channel and the other one in the southeast of Madagascar. Madagascar participates in various multilateral organizations' activities. As a member of South African developing countries, we participate in activities aimed at contributing to the implementation of the Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy 2050, SADC Integrated Maritime Strategy, as well as Rome Charter on Maritime Security and Safety. As part of the Indian Ocean Commission, our Navy contributes in the Maritime Security MASE program. We have signed the regional agreement promoting the maritime security in the Eastern and the Southern Africa and Indian Ocean region. The Regional Maritime Information Center is hosted by our country, and a liaison officer represents Madagascar at the Regional Coordination and Operation Center, which is in Seychelles. Within the Indian Ocean Commission, we have signed cooperation agreements within the framework of fishery surveillance. These agreements allow the Indian Ocean Commission members to conduct joint fishery patrols concerning the Djibouti Code of Conduct, initially an instrumental way of repressing piracy and armed robbery against ships in the Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden, and later its scope has significantly been broadened to cover illicit maritime activity, including drug trafficking, illegal immigration, and IUU fishing. Let's now assess the participation at these multinational activities. For the strength, the participation in these multinational activities has made it possible to strengthen operational capacities and at the tactical and operational levels. These organizations provide various training modules such as VBSS training, equipment, and maintenance training. The activities also facilitate the sharing of maritime information in the southwest of the Indian Ocean region. These activities have as well greatly contributed to improve the interoperability of personnel assigned to the regional maritime operations centers such as Regional RCOC and the Regional Maritime Information Center. Now we are going to see the weaknesses. At the tactical level, we can say that there is a lack of coordination between the multilateral organizations, leading to redundancies in training activities. The second weakness, from the logistical point of view, the budget allocated to the entities working in the maritime domain differ from one country to another, and this is a major handicap in the achievement of the objectives. Having seen the strength and weaknesses, our proposals are as follow. First proposal: expand information sharing across the entire Indian Ocean region, not only the sub-regions. For example, sending a liaison officer from Madagascar Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center to other Indian Ocean Information Fusion Center and vice versa. The second proposal is, while waiting for the establishment of the regional jurisdiction of the entire Indian Ocean to avoid having problems in legal proceedings, one solution is to integrate in the VBSS team a maritime law enforcement officer of the economic exclusive zone to be patrolled during joint operation. And the last proposal is, in order to better coordinate regional activities, it is necessary to establish communications amongst sponsoring countries or organizations. As a conclusion, to take advantage of the activities through multilateral organization in the Indian Ocean region toward generating a collective maritime competencies, we have developed the proposal mentioned earlier in the previous slide. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Captain Nami, for sharing your country's perspective. May I call upon Captain Josh Otet from Myanmar to present his talk.
Good morning, Honorable Rear Admiral Rajesh Thankar, Commandant of Naval War College, distinguished delegates from GMS nations, Ashwashanas to you all. I'm Captain Chozatet from Myanmar Navy. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Indian Navy for hosting this symposium, as well as heads of delegation from our countries and all the delegates of Naval War College for warm and generous hospitality. Additionally, I want to thank you for allowing me the chance to discuss this notion and the relative activities of the Myanmar Navy. In this symposium, I will be presenting the following 6 contents under the sub-theme, leveraging activities pursued through existing multinational organizations in Iowa towards generating collective maritime competencies. Let me start with the introduction of the Indian Ocean region. Iowa is becoming increasingly strategic. This region is home to 25% of the world's population, has abundant natural resources, and serves as a crossroads for vital international sea lanes. You can see that slots are evolving in conjunction with the rate of global economic growth and the emergence of blue economy. With a surface area of 68.56 million square kilometers, the Indian Ocean is the world's third largest ocean, accounting for roughly 30% of all water on the planet's surface. Indian Ocean region has 2/3 of the world's proven oil reserves and 1/3 of the world's natural gas. The Indian Ocean region has about 30 major straits, channels, and gulfs in and adjoining to the Indian Ocean, with 7 important choke points for energy and trade flow. The Indian Ocean connects Asia with Australia, Europe, Africa, and America via major sea lanes. The Indian Ocean is a critical waterway for global trade and commerce. These waters carry 2/3 of the world's oil shipments, 1/3 of bulk cargo, and half of the world's container traffic. Let me move on to the maritime security challenges in Iowa. The Indian Ocean region faces many traditional and non-traditional safety and security challenges, such as piracy, armed robberies at sea, smuggling, human trafficking, drug trafficking, IUU fishing, maritime incidents, etc. According to IFC Iowa reports, during January to June 2022, there are 94 piracy and armed robbery, 342 contraband smuggling, 262 IUU fishing, 610 irregular human migration, 584 maritime incidents. So therefore, the lack of maritime security in the Indian Ocean region will be directly threatening to the economic development of those countries in the region. As a result, collaboration and cooperation are critical for all regional states in the Iowa to ensure the safe, secure, equitable, and stable maritime domain. Now let me present about the maritime cooperation in Iowa. There are many regional organizations in Iowa, as like the Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation, Iowa ERC, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, IONS, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, and ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, and another organizations such as African Development Community, SADC, East African Community, EAC, Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, and BIMSTEC, and Indian Ocean Commission, and so on. We can see all these organizations propose to maintain and enhance peace and security and to promote economy of member states. Through their implementations vary, all organizations share a common conceptual framework. It is essential to develop a cooperative mechanism in order to attain regional integration and synergized capability in the Indian Ocean region. Now I am going to present Myanmar Navy enhancing on maritime security. Among the Iowa nations, Myanmar is a maritime nation with a coastline of 1,260 nautical miles, sharing maritime borders with India, Bangladesh, and Thailand at the rim of Indian Ocean. Myanmar serves as a link between South Asia and Southeast Asia, as well as a geostrategic location in the region. And Myanmar's geographical location makes in the form of land and sea bridge, which could help to open up economic trading routes between South Asia and Southeast Asia. Myanmar Navy is actively participating to enhance maritime security development mechanisms such as capacity building, surveillance and monitoring, information sharing, and quick response deployment. Capacity building is one of the primary pillars for enhancing local and regional maritime domain awareness. To build up the capacity, we established Myanmar Coast Guard in 2021 as the new chapter to guard, protect, and save our seas. Myanmar Navy, Myanmar Coast Guard, and local maritime law enforcement agencies are participating in seminars, workshops, tabletops, exercises, field training exercises, and various forms of cooperation, including internal agency coordination. Now, Myanmar Coast Guard is collaborating with regional maritime law enforcement agencies to strengthen maritime security in the Indian Ocean region, participated in Hagan Search and Rescue Exercise 2022 and recap virtual training. And Myanmar Navy established the Maritime Operations Center MOC to improve surveillance and monitoring as well as real-time information sharing. MOC is the center that collects and analyzes data from AIS station, LRND network, vessel monitoring system, and coastal surveillance radars in order to generate a real-time picture in Myanmar waters. We have signed MOUs for sharing white shipping information with Indian Navy in 2017 and Singapore Navy in 2018. MOC collaborates with the net security provider such as IFC Singapore and IFC Iowa for the better achievement of maritime domain awareness. We have deputed liaison officers to the IFCs in the interest of sharing information and driving the maritime picture. Myanmar Navy works with Myanmar Air Force, Myanmar Coast Guard, and other maritime agencies to provide rapid response in search and rescue missions, HATR's operations, and other maritime security concerns such as maritime interdiction operations, VBSS, and medical support for COVID-19 pandemic. Friendship and cooperation are strengthened through multi-level interactions that foster confidence building, ranging from young officers to high-level officers. As bilateral interaction, we are conducting Navy-to-Navy talks with the neighboring and ASEAN navies. Myanmar Navy collaborates with the regional and international organizations in maritime security arenas such as ISO, NIOSC, IONS, RICAP, ARF, ADMF+, ENCM activities, and including conclave and symposium meetings. Moreover, we also participate in the regional and international maritime exercises such as Milan, LIMAR, IFR, IMDEX, MNEX, IMNEX, ARNEX, and OMAS. Now let me present way towards generating collective maritime competencies in Iowa. So, regarding the ways towards generating collective maritime competencies in Iowa, we propose the three expanded activities. Firstly, the SME subject matter experts working groups meetings for specific sectors. It will provide the development of common SOPs and manuals to ensure smooth interoperability between maritime law enforcement agencies. And secondly, multilateral information sharing programs. That's to enhance maritime domain awareness in Iowa and to address maritime security challenges in quick response. And finally, the training exchange programs. It aims to generate collective maritime skills in the Iowa. In order to improve cooperation and mutual understanding, training exchange is a necessary requirement for maritime law enforcement agencies. Here I would like to give you the best example of multilateral and bilateral training exchange program. Currently, ASEAN navies are conducting ASEAN Naval Training Experience Exchange Program ANTIP to promote the capabilities of ASEAN navies trainings. ANTIP aims to create a forum for naval servicemen in charge of training to share knowledge and experiences. The program helps boost cooperation, cohesion, mutual understanding and trust among ASEAN navies. The Vietnam People's Navy hosted the first antique on the topic of damage control training. It was conducted virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but met successfully all objectives for exchange of information and experiences amongst the subject matter experts from ASEAN navies. And another good example for bilateral training exchange program is Indian Navy Mobile Training Team for Myanmar Navy. Since 2015, Indian Navy has been providing the training courses in Naval Training Command of Myanmar Navy annually. And MTT programs boost friendship, cooperation, mutual understanding and trust between Indian Navy and Myanmar Navy. Here, I would like to express profound thanks to the Indian Navy. Through our nation interoperability, we should work to advance operational capabilities to address maritime security threats. Routine patrols as well as bilateral and multilateral coordinated patrols can be conducted operational and tactical level operations. For example, the cooperations between Myanmar Navy and Indian Navy have been initiated since 2013. So far, we have been conducting the cooperations with Indian Navy for 13 times. The cooperations truly enhance regional maritime security and the mutual understanding between the two navies. And also, we should take to strengthen collective efforts in natural disaster and humanitarian assistance. Now, I would like to conclude my presentation. I appreciate Indian Navy for continually putting a focus on creating a safe and secure maritime environment in the Indian Ocean region. We are confident that these mechanisms for cooperation and collaboration in IOR would definitely promote peace, stability, and prosperity in our region, as well as benefit to our mutual interest. Then, in order to address the maritime security concerns in the Indian Ocean region, we need to apply a forward-looking cooperative approach with collaborative frameworks. Let's work to make IOR a more tranquil and better environment through the concept of saga, security and growth for all the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Chow, for your valuable suggestions and the proposed way ahead. May I now request Captain Major Hans Paul from Seychelles to take the stage.
Commandant of the Naval War College, distinguished guests, distinguished participants of the GMS 2022, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I present to you a brief Seychelles perspective on the given theme, which is leveraging activities pursued through existing multilateral organizations in the IOR, towards generating collective maritime competencies. For the scope of the presentation, I will take a look at the background of Seychelles. I will talk a little bit about maritime security, the Seychelles' roles in collective regional maritime security. I will also touch upon multilateral organizations operating in the AOR, which Seychelles are part of currently. I will also introduce the general contributions of those organizations, the benefits they bring, and also I will touch upon the opportunities for improvements in the future. In the Western Indian Ocean, 1,000 miles east of Kenya, comprising of 115 islands, lies a picturesque, serene country with natural beauty called Seychelles, occupying a total land area of 455 square kilometers and an EEZ of around 1.4 million square kilometers. As a result, Seychelles is considered as a maritime nation with vital interest in the seas that surround it. Surrounded by a vast ocean body, Seychelles relies heavily on it for most of its economic activities. One of the most important aspects that needs to be highlighted is the significance of the Indian Ocean region to Seychelles. The two main pillars of Seychelles' economy are sea-based, which is tourism and fisheries, and at the center of it is the Port Victoria, which remains a major fishing, cruise and superyacht port within the Indian Ocean. Maritime security is a very broad and modern term, and it covers the protection of a state's land and maritime territory, infrastructure, economy, environment, and society from certain harmful acts occurring at sea. The provision for maritime security remains a major challenge for a small country like Seychelles with such an extensive maritime boundary. The proliferation of various maritime threats at considerable distances from the mainland makes it incredibly challenging for effective surveillance and enforcement activities to take place. Since the scourge of piracy early 2009, through various maritime enforcement agencies, Seychelles has continuously been engaged in ensuring that maritime security remains a top priority in the region. And this is further exemplified by the numerous regional and international agreements which Seychelles is signatory to, and the various organizations that promote maritime security which it forms part of, such as the Marseille Agreement, which I will touch upon largely later on. There's also a CMF, and we also have the White Shipping Agreement with India, of which we have a permanent residence at the IFCR. On a practical side, Seychelles has been participating in various regional joint exercises geared towards enhancing and promoting maritime security. Namely, we have the regional Cutlass Express, which is carried out by the NAVAF. And then we have the Papang exercise, which we take part of with the French Navy. These are the few multilateral organizations operating in the IOR, which Seychelles are part of and has interact and engaged in various activities with. We have the Combined Maritime Forces, the EU NAVFOR, the UNODC, and the IOC. So the general contribution of these bodies, okay. UNODC has recently established a partnership with Seychelles under which a training facility is jointly managed and operated. The previously RAPIC institution has now been newly refined, and we have collaborated with UNODC, and it is now called Reflex 3. And it is a training facility which is used to promote regional capacity building. Various training is conducted all year round, including VBSS training, port security training, and maritime law, etc. And for past few months, we also have had Seychelles instructors being included within the UNODC, and has provided training to regional countries, for example, in Kenya, South Africa, and also Sri Lanka. As for CMF, we have a permanent representative in CMF. We have been part of CMF since 2012. From there, we mainly share informations and MDA of maritime spaces. Then we also get training of maritime security entities, and also we conduct joint patrols. As for the UNAFOR, we also have the ability to share information, to conduct MDA of maritime spaces, and also training. I will touch largely and talk more about the IOC. In 2012, the regional organizations along with the European Union operationalized the first regional strategy to tackle piracy through the regional program for the promotion of maritime security, MAS. This program aimed to strengthen regional maritime security capacities both at sea and on land, both in the legal treatment of transnational crimes and threats in the fight against illicit flows. 7 countries are signatories to the MAS agreement, namely Comoros, Djibouti, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, France, and Kenya. The MAS program, which contributes to maritime security and ultimately to the emergence of a sustainable blue growth. It brings together 15 countries under one common goal to enhance maritime security and create an environment for sustainable economic growth in the region, and it targets 5 results through 4 regional organizations. I will touch upon just 2 of these organizations, the RCOC, which is based in Seychelles, and the RMIFC, which is based in Madagascar. The RCOC was created to improve actions at sea. It is based in Seychelles and is a major step that was taken to enhance regional capabilities. It promotes coordination to conduct missions of regional interest, strengthen individual and institutional capacities through training, promote cooperation with agencies responsible for safety and security at sea, organize joint and/or coordinated interventions at sea in the overlying space. And in the past 2 years, we have conducted many live exercises with RCOC, along with our local National Information Sharing Center, the NISCC. The RMIFC, on the other hand, deepens the maritime domain awareness, promote the culture of maritime information sharing and exchange in the region, monitor maritime activities in real time, improve capacity of parties to appropriate maritime information fusion, knowledge and technology, encourage and ensure the sharing and exchange of information between national and regional centers. We also have a permanent member at the RMIFC, which helps with the information sharing within local and international centers as well. As for opportunities for improvement, we do share information, but how good are those information when it is shared? Sometimes most of the information that are shared are not used to us. So we talk about real-time information sharing. So information that we can really get to use in an operation. We need to improve our maritime domain awareness, greater synergies between regional counterparts, continuous capacity development, and it's also important to elevate the capabilities of all countries in the region to an equal standard. To conclude, maritime security may be achieved through a balance of inclusive and exclusive interest. I highly believe that maritime security should be viewed as an inclusive interest given the common goals in combating an array of threats. Maritime security remains a major challenge for small island developing states, especially for those with a large maritime jurisdictions. And there are many challenges with developing effective management strategies against maritime threats. In particular, many regional countries remain focused and concerned on local issues such as governance, poverty, disease, and internal security, rather than the broader regional strategic issues within the maritime domain. There should also be a feeling of shared responsibility for every nation that shares the IOR. Much needs to be done, and like the old veteran and Hagar sheep fair hills, we all need to put our oars forward and pull together. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Principal, for your valuable insight on how your country is leveraging their participation in various multilateral organizations to enhance maritime security. May I request now Lieutenant Commander Ashok to take the stage.
Commandant, Naval War College, Deputy Commandant, Senior Officers, distinguished delegates, gentlemen, good morning. It is my privilege today to participate in the Goa Maritime Symposium and present my insights on the session topic. Before I begin, I would like to thank the moderator, Captain Rawat, and my fellow panelists from Madagascar, Myanmar, and Seychelles for the succinct insights on the session topic and for having softened the beach for me. To set the stage for my brief, I would like to revisit some of the characteristic complexities in the maritime domain. Freedom of the seas is a defining trait of the modern international maritime law, and as the Deputy Commandant had quoted yesterday, there is no non-maritime nation in today's world. The sheer geographical expanse of the oceans provides room for illegal activities, including those by the so-called dark vessels. The transnational nature of crime and the financial or technical inadequacies of monitoring solutions have been adequately highlighted yesterday. The challenges of jurisdiction were brought out by Captain Parmar and Captain Khurana. Suffice to say, these complexities therefore make collaboration and information sharing not just a requirement but a necessity. Trust or gap of understanding, as the captain from Bangladesh Navy had put it, is an important facet. And in my opinion, we have no other way than to develop it by moving up the ladder of lowest hanging fruits. While the challenges of policing exclusive economic zones, especially for island states, were highlighted by delegates from Mauritius yesterday, they are truly enormous. It would be interesting to note that EEZs combined, though quite large, are just a fraction of the areas beyond national jurisdiction, or ABNJ. To put things into perspective, the fact can be summarized by the map on the right side of the screen, which depicts the EEZs of countries in dark blue and ABNJs in light blue. 64% of the ocean surface and a staggering 95% by volume of the ocean's waters are actually beyond jurisdiction of any country. This necessitates that any effort towards holistic maritime safety and security be collaborative. India, being fully cognizant of this need, conceptualized IFC-IOR, which was inaugurated on 22nd December 2018, with a vision of promoting collaborative maritime safety and security. The functioning of the center was formally notified by the International Maritime Organization in April 2019. I'm sure that the esteemed audience is well aware of the fact that no one single center or one single country can achieve complete maritime domain awareness. This is the reason that IFC-IOR works to enhance the NDA of the region by collaborating and cooperating with partners in order to further maritime safety and security. As I had brought up before, IFC-IOR is premised on collaboration. The center progresses its collaborative efforts through 5 main avenues as flashed on the screen. These range from physical presence of international liaison officers to global linkages, and from sharing analysis to providing operational inputs or real-time information, as the speaker from Seychelles had indicated. I would briefly cover them one by one. The primary pillar of strength at the center, if I had to list one, will be our international liaison officers, or ILOs, physically posted at the center. Each ILO brings with him unique capabilities and domain expertise, which helps us improve our collective understanding of the patterns of life in the Indian Ocean region. Captain Sodhi's F5 proposal yesterday had the lowest common denominator for exchange of points of contacts, or POCs, for better collaboration and quicker information sharing. In fact, the presence of ILOs from like-minded countries gives the center access to a lot of live directories. These directories have been effectively utilized in the past. The continued deputation of ILOs by existing countries and deputation of new ILOs will enable countries of IOR to leverage the collective pool of knowledge and expertise being developed. The presence of ILOs also indicates the high levels of convergence between countries and serves to enhance trust. The current system in the center can predominantly be described as fusion of minds. Fusion of systems across nations may not be easy, but is a worthwhile objective. If I may admit, collaboration will be the most often used word by me today. Presently, we have linkages with more than 65 international agencies around the world, which enables the center to not only identify exact POCs for timely information sharing in partner countries and organizations, which was also incidentally a key deliverable from session 2 yesterday, but also improves understanding of specific niches of the maritime domain, such as salvage and maritime insurance. These agencies are a fair mix of military organizations, other fusion centers, maritime security centers, shipping community, and even some non-governmental organizations which are working in the maritime domain. The first grouping is international treaty-based organizations such as IMO, UNODC, and Interpol. Second, we have centers that deal with piracy and armed robbery on a global or regional scale. Then we have similar fusion centers spread across the globe. These include the RMIFC Madagascar and IFC Singapore, two of our major information exchange partners. Then we have fisheries management organizations such as IOTC. The next category of our linkages are the national or multinational security centers with a presence or interest in the Indian Ocean region. Trade and shipping bodies are one of our key linkages, and think tanks provide us the necessary intellectual heft and subject matter expertise to better frame our observations on the region. For instance, the latest interaction that we had was with Lloyd's Market Association, and discussions revolved around the implication of industry announcement regarding withdrawal of piracy high-risk area in the Indian Ocean and implications of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict on the maritime industry. The session 3 yesterday went in great detail about the training and requirements of Center of Excellence. IFC-IOR conducts regular interactions and experience sharing with our linkages and pertinent subject matter experts. Such events effectively broaden the resident knowledge base, expertise, and understanding of relatively niche maritime aspects. In this regard, the capabilities developed by IFC-IOR may be leveraged for capability enhancement through activities such as creation of training teams covering pertinent topics of non-military maritime security. I'm sure that Captain Das will agree with me that notwithstanding the digital revolution brought about by COVID, in-person participation in events such as the one today is critical. By virtue of our ILOs and international linkages, the Center is able to share operational inputs with appropriate countries and agencies. This includes sharing of information received through Interpol as well as other sources, inputs received from law enforcement related information, and maritime incidents like fire, flooding, sinking, etc., which endanger safety of seafarers are also shared with relevant stakeholders. Information sharing and seeking is at times also affected by frequent RFIs between relevant stakeholders. The last pillar of our collaborative efforts is our updates and analysis. If I recollect correctly, the speaker from Mauritius had highlighted yesterday the need to develop regional expertise. At IFC IOR, all partner nations work together to develop common knowledge and understanding, which thereafter translate into our periodic publications. It gives me immense pride to have the Myanmar delegate flash our 6-monthly annual report. The data collected and analyzed by the Center is primary data that is being and can be leveraged by appropriate partners. The characteristic trait of this data that it has been collected from and by our ILOs, our linkages, and every ILO present is part of the sense-making process. This ensures the presence of high-fidelity data with minimal biases and a high degree of trust. Another key facet to note is that the collaborative effort and the value of our productions can only be enhanced with effective participation. For instance, since ILOs from Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles joined us, the visibility of around respective areas has greatly improved. The inclusions of ILOs in the briefs by speakers from GMS countries is a sign of us climbing up the ladder of trust. Many of the speakers yesterday, including the Commandant, had underscored the wide gambit of maritime security challenges in the region. This slide gives an overview of the incidents recorded by the IFC IOR. And since I am from the IFC IOR, this is for the first 9 months. The colored dots on the map and colored bars in the graph indicate incidents recorded under 5 major categories as shown. While time doesn't permit to share detailed analysis conducted by the Center, it suffices to say that our broad findings have been reinforced by the insights provided by the delegates, wherein drug smuggling and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing are the major maritime security challenges in the region. In addition to these threats, the Center also monitors maritime terrorism and emerging maritime security challenges such as hybrid threats, cyber attacks in the maritime domain, marine environment pollution, and the pertinent topic of climate change and security. To deal with this myriad of traditional and non-traditional challenges, the need for all of us engaged in the business of ensuring safe oceans is to duly recognize the enormity and address them collectively with the right earnest. It is essential to have regional or sub-regional grouping or pluralistic groupings, as was indicated by Captain Khurana yesterday, to synergize our efforts towards collaborative maritime safety and security. With reference to the session topic specifically, my experience of 3.5 years at IFC Singapore, followed by IFC Iowa, makes me a firm believer that the existing multinational organizations can be effectively leveraged to mitigate the challenges in the maritime domain. And this, in fact, is the preferred and focused way ahead. Echoing the thoughts of Deputy Commandant's remarks with respect to ways and means, these organizations can be effectively utilized to enhance NDA capabilities, develop information sharing mechanisms, and better integration of seafarer and littoral population. This would enable us to leverage collective competencies for enhanced regional maritime security. Further cooperation at such fora would enable discussions around legal framework and help us leverage technology to mitigate some of the challenges in the maritime domain. Continued participation and effective utilization of such avenues would enable creation of institutional mechanisms that will not only enable adequate law enforcement in the maritime domain by IOR littoral states, but also play a key role in the continued capacity building of various stakeholders. In the end, let me be honest in saying that alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. As a young center, we are cognizant of the maritime security challenges in the region, and it would be a constant endeavor to find collaborative solutions so as to enhance regional maritime safety and security. Towards this, we look forward to increased participation and engagement with our partners. To sum it up, I would like to highlight that the Center is guided by India's vision of Sagar, or security and growth for all in the region, a word that aptly translates to ocean in Hindi. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. I have finished.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Ashok, for your insight in the functioning of IFC IOR and your valuable suggestions on way ahead. I'll throw the floor open for question and answer session now. I request the initial chance to be given to the delegates from friendly foreign nations for their views and questions. Yes, sir.
The first comment pertains to what my colleague from Madagascar, Captain Sami Mami, has mentioned, and second one from what Major Hans mentioned. My first comment is that small island states do not have the capabilities to police their waters alone. So there was an eco-fish program which was developed by the Indian Ocean Commission, whereby the fisheries protection officers of each member state embark on one surface patrol vessel, and they do patrol the waters of the member states. The Mauritius Coast Guard supports this program by providing surveillance sorties of the Doni aircraft. This program has also been beneficial to curb down, as a deterrent, to curb down illegal fishing in the Western Indian Ocean. It also resolves the issue of hot pursuit, whereby the officer of the adjacent country has the mandate of apprehending the offenders, even if the offense has been conducted in the EEZ of another member state country. So my thought was that maybe we can consider to have a similar program envisaged for illicit drug trafficking at sea. However, for that we need to have a strong memorandum of understanding which defines the terms of references of each member state, and also with the help of the state law office of each member state, we have to define the modus operandi. This is my first comment from what my colleague from Madagascar said. Regarding what my colleague Major Hans from Seychelles has mentioned, the involvement of various organizations such as the Combined Maritime Forces, the United Forces in the Indian Ocean, which is a good thing, but I make a bold statement here that the strategic importance of the Indian Ocean is being recognized by forces who are far from the region. So is it not the time that the countries of the region have a concerted collective action at sea? And here I would like to thank the Indian government to give us this platform, the GMS and the GMC, to be together, to think strategically about what we can do for the region. And I urge that our policymakers be made aware of the importance of having a similar organization, a regional organization by the region and for the region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable views and suggestions. Captain Remy, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comment. I used to be the commanding officer of one of our fishery patrol vessels, so I was at sea, seeing everything that happens and all the problems. That is why we propose to enhance this way of doing things to other domains, and I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Major Hans, over the second view from the delegate from Mauritius, would you like to say something?
I would just like to point out that right now, as we are talking, we have planned a patrol for fisheries in the Seychelles and Mauritius. It is joint, and we have the patrol vessel from Seychelles, and we also have the Dornier from Seychelles, which is participating in this patrol. We have a representative from the fisheries agencies from Mauritius that will be embarking on the Seychelles patrol vessel to carry out the 12 days patrol that will happen at sea. I agree with Sam here, and for more collaboration to happen in the future, it needs to be collective for the region. Everyone needs to participate, not only one country. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Hans.
Sir, I believe that for our organization, we should have a pan-Indian Ocean organization. We don't have that sort of thing other than Narora. So without having that sort of organization, how do we look at the happening in our region collectively and holistically? So we have a lot of sub-regional organizations which have different strategic priorities. Why that happens? Because in our region we don't have a common regional drive. So we don't look at our region as, we don't look at ourselves as one entity. So because of that, various groupings, various organizations, they look at the happenings in our region through different angles. Some have realistic angles, we have always having balance of power in mind. Then some have liberal angles approaches. They are thinking about intergovernmental organizations, about trade, that sort of thing. And some look at through constructivist angles, having ideas, perspectives, their priorities are there. So ultimately what happens that the picture in our region, it becomes blurred and very complex. And other than that, there are many stakeholders. So we always look at through our military angle. And fishing community are there, the shipping communities are there, the political authorities, the government organizations, their priorities are different. So because of all these reasons, what happens ultimately, we don't have a holistic collective picture of what's happening in our region. So we should have some sort of an organization which covers the entire region, which can look through all these angles. That organization should have representatives of all these sectors, I mean the stakeholders. One option is being the biggest organization in our region, NIRA. I think there are about 24 member states from our region, so it can be expanded more. And if we have that sort of a big organization, I mean a collective organization like what's there in European Union and African Union, that's something we can form Indian Ocean region union, that sort of thing, right? So I strongly believe that since we don't have a collective, a bigger organization which can holistically see what's happening in our region, rather than having small sub-regional organizations, because their priorities, they are different. One's problem may not be others' problem. So if we have a bigger organization having everybody being a member there, so I think most of the maritime threats our region can be, very effectively addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your views. Anybody would like to take on this? Marcel?
This is in my views in response to Commodore De Silva's view. The issue is we already have an alphabet soup of organizations. So I'm not sure if we create a new entity with the members or nations who are already members of IORA, IONS, BIMSTEC, just to name a few. There's no guarantee that it will achieve the aims. So if we look at IONS as operating at the operational to a limit of the strategic level, I think a lot of ground has been covered, a lot of good work has been done. And that forms the basis on the list of threats and challenges which we have discussed. So at the operational level, I think IONS is the place where we can talk what you have suggested. And as I mentioned yesterday, the Colombo Security Conclave, which started as a trilateral, is an indication of minilateral working organization under the ambit of IONS and maybe IORA. Now when you look at IORA, there are focus areas and there are priority areas. But not much progress has been done for the simple reason that IORA is pitched at the political level. So therefore more imperatives that come in which also include domestic pressures. And that plays a big stumbling block where you need to progress further. So I would respectfully disagree with your proposal of a new entity. I think we can push a lot of agendas under IONS at the operational level, and a lot of success has been there. We do have problems at the IONS level, I do submit to that, but at least some work has been done, that's it. But we need to push the agenda up the ladder so that you have the political umbrella cover on contentious issues at IONS that can be worked on. I think that is, rather than create a new organization, there is no guarantee that it will get beyond the starting block given the environment we are in today. And in any case, with submission to what my colleague from Mauritius had said, is that the problem in this, or not a problem, and it's a challenge, that to create a force to represent nations of the IOR is limited capacities. So you already have presence of UNAVFOR, CTF, the lifting of the HRA and the the presence to address piracy is now taking a new form. So we are not going to see any reduce in numbers, and if I remember correctly, and I'm open to correction from Commodore FC here, is that at any given time we do have 120 to 140 warships in the North Arabian Sea. So the error for margin is reducing, especially when you have nations with different views and adversarial attitudes operating in that region. I'm not going to name the nations, it's also includes Indo-Pacific nations who cross the Strait of Malacca and come. So therefore the presence of more warships the presence will sort of, I would say, make the situation more complex. What we need to do is to look at it in a sub-region wise, as in a way of tackling issues which I mentioned yesterday, is that focal points of nations where we, for example, Southwest Indian Ocean region has certain threats, challenges and risks, search the opportunities, work out for it, even in the our own South Asia region, and then progressing on to BIMSTEC, where India and Sri Lanka are both major partners there, including the other BIMSTEC nations. We need to do it at smaller packets where you can find solutions. But as I said, I am not for a new organization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Captain Mishra, sir, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me an opportunity to share my views. I would rather, go with what Commodore De Silva said. We have to, whilst I have done a lot of good work, we have to also understand the limitations of this organization. It's actually military-to-military organizations, and experience has shown that military-to-military relationships are the most difficult to forge and are first ones to collapse in case of differences. And if you get an IORA organization, provide the kind of requisite investment if we make, we'll get the, you get the policy push. And once you get the policy push, it is for us to make sure that the functional arrangements are made between us. It's a matter of detail how we do it. But if we have the larger, I would say, agreement at national leadership level, I think it will provide that requisite kind of freedom for us to sit down and work evaluate. So I would, I think, what he says, IOLA has been foundering, no doubt about it. There's much that could have been done. And I would partially agree with Commodore Captain Parmar also. Do we really need to create another organization? So, I would go, let's take a middle path, see if we can improve what exists.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Varun.
Morning, sir. Captain Varun Panika here. Sir, with regards to just continuing on the aspects which the Superintendent of Police from Mauritius has brought out, and also Captain Parmar and Captain Mishra. Sir, we do have this extra-regional organization which is the CMF, in which all the extra-regional navies do placing their assets, and they work under the CTF in different regions, CTF 150, 151, 152 and now in 153, which is unmanned asset in the Red Sea, sir. We have multilateral organizations present here in the Indian Ocean region in the form of BIMSTEC, GMC, CSC. The issue comes here that we have caught onto the low-hanging fruit, which is information sharing. But what about action on that information sharing thereafter, sir? For example, the information has been shared. There are few countries, especially in the GMC construct, which have the assets to take action upon that information. However, there are other few countries which do not have the assets as present to take actions at far-flung regions within their own EEZ. Now, as part of this construct of 12 nations, we need to have a mechanism wherein 4-5 nations which have the capacities can take action and assist those other nations which do not have the capability at present to take those action. This could be in the way of capacity building of those nations, which is happening at present, but needs further vigor. We have programs, as we are aware, to assist these IOR laterals by providing capabilities, but then again the question of standardization comes in. Maybe an offshore patrol vessel could be constructed and earmarked. For example, it's just a very nascent idea, sir, wherein it can be earmarked to undertake specific patrol in regions and assist those nations which do not have capacities at present. That could be one of the deliverables of the GMS that we can look forward to, and which can be discussed further in the GMC to form up an action upon. Second is with respect to, that is the GMC where 13 nations are present. We could further tone it down to the level of CSC, for example, to have a start with. We had a trilateral maritime tabletop workshop, which could be followed up with a maritime exercise, and thereafter patrolling in the common region, which is especially between India, Maldives and the CSC countries, as a start with, take an example out of it, learn, get experiences out of it, and thereafter implement at the level of GMC, sir. That's all, sir.
Thank you, Varun. Anybody would like to comment on what Captain Varun has said? Sir, please, sir.
I didn't want to bring in the IPOI, but since Captain Mishra recommended and what Commodore De Silva also said, is that if you look at the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which was voiced by Prime Minister Modi at the 18th East Asia Summit, it looks at 7 pillars. Maritime security is one of them, disaster risk reduction is another. And presently we are at, and this is at the political level, so it provides that umbrella from which a political approval or the push would be given. But the unfortunate part is we don't have nations on board. So maritime security pillar, the lead nations are India and UK. When you look at disaster risk reduction and management, it's India. Singapore is the latest nation to come on board on the science technology pillar. We have the resources issue being looked after by France and Indonesia. Australia has come on board the pollution pillar, and the rest is void. So this is a platform where you have the appropriate political umbrella under which nations are free to decide what they want to do. And it's not that it's limited to any particular nation. And it's by choice for nations to come on board. And I think this is a platform which will provide the coverage for working on many aspects. Just a point for consideration. I'm not sure how much you would be able to push your nations to come on board the IPOI, but it's something that can be considered.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions or views from the audience? Sir.
I'll just go back to what the IFC Iowa representative has said. See, the term ABNJ has to be clearly understood. Areas beyond national jurisdiction. Somehow I get the feeling that it is interpreted that there is no law. There is nothing that the nations can do. And everybody is free to do what he wants. No, that's not the correct interpretation. The law of the sea gives you certain entitlements and certain enforcement zones. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritties of it, just to say that these are territorial sea, where you get sovereignty, you get enforcement in terms of contiguous zone and sovereign rights, which are limited to resources in EEZ and continental shelf. The point is, you have to understand what was said in UNCLOS. You can extend national jurisdiction depending upon the rights and obligations that have been given to you. Beyond that, it's not that you don't enjoy jurisdiction. It's just that you cannot have national jurisdiction, but you are still obliged by international obligations. Search and rescue, marine pollution, piracy, any erga omnes and jus cogens norms, you are obligated to do that. So, please understand it. You cannot, as military people, we have to look at laws not purely from an angle of it being limiting your actions. You have to see that it balances. You draw the right balance between what you are authorized to do and how you can do it as an enabler. If you always see the law that I can't do this, we are not being fair to our profession. Our job, all of us sitting here, is to provide options to our government depending upon what they want. So you have to see, you have to find a way of doing these things in a legal manner. And I am very sure, I was fortunate enough to sit with some great minds like Ambassador Tommy Ko, even the Indonesian Qasim Jalal and some others. They have one thing that they emphasize time and again is that except for on very few occasions where the law will tell you in black and white that something is authorized, not authorized, in every case you have a window of action. And we cannot just surrender it. So do not ever take away the idea that you can't do anything beyond some 200 miles. No, that's not a fair interpretation in my view. And I will reserve some of my comments later on in the fifth session on the law issue. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, I just want to add on that the Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific, you've got a well-structured organizations. But I'm really thinking about where Mauritius is, countries like Seychelles, Madagascar, the East African countries, which also form parts of the Indian Ocean. We are commonly known as the Western Indian Ocean, where we are really lagging behind in terms of maritime security. And we should not forget that the involvement of UNAVFORCE came in mostly because of the pirates' attack along off the coast of Somalia. So we should also think about the Western Indian Ocean when in this context of maritime security in the region. Thank you.
Very important point, sir. So,
Careful for giving this opportunity. It's not a question, it's just a comment, and I actually am trying to correlate what Lieutenant Ashok was speaking about today and what the Deputy Commandant spoke yesterday of the IFC Singapore being a powerhouse in information sharing, and IFC Iowa also doing a credible job over here. And I like to relate it to other models of partnerships such as the CGPCS and IONS, where we have co-leads and co-leads in working groups and so on and so forth. So going back to yesterday's session of training, so it gave an impression that in one chosen field you'll have only one lead or one center of excellence. Perhaps we can look at a more inclusive and a more participative mechanism. Maybe if you come to a chosen field, this is information sharing, then two different countries, perhaps two or more countries can actually be a part of the lead and take the training curriculum forward. And I think the workshop between the leads can be worked out amongst themselves. So perhaps any comments from IFC, IOR, from Singapore itself.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, Captain Dhami, sir. Sir, I'd like to add on to the comment made by Mr. Swami. I agree with what concepts presented by him, especially regarding the extra-regional forces getting a foothold here in our region. We, I think, have to grow out of the shadow of these forces, especially with respect to our Masik dependencies, which are becoming more and more reflective of a colonial history that we are carrying with us. I think there's an urgent need, sir, for someone from the region to start taking leads in the various aspects which have been presented. One of the common threads, I think, which was presented in most of the countries has come regarding drug trafficking. And the lead agency which is emerging in this is UNODC, which is coming up with most of the countries, and related organizations which have been partially effective, especially other countries in the Western Indian Ocean. Now the UNODC, following the similar model, has come and in countries as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. So that is the agency which is emerging. I think that is an area which naturally becomes area for cooperation for all of us, wherein some kind of common platform needs to be developed, and training in the aspects related to drug trafficking is an area that I think most of us can collaborate on and set up a infrastructure which is free from these extra-regional dependencies and just made up of our own countries. I think that is an area that we can take away from this gathering.
Thank you, Captain Dhami. Commissioner sir, you want to say something?
Thank you, Captain Tarak. Couple of things. First, I would just go back to what Commodore De Silva had said. Finally, we are having a situation where we are having 12 countries which are got together. The commonality is the maritime aspect. However, each of the countries are different in the way they are either governed or the threats which are there as far as the countries are concerned. Each country is governed by their national security needs, and coming together, a very apt point brought by Commodore De Silva was that the emergencies or the contingencies which each one faces is very peculiar to their particular geography. Notwithstanding, there are of course very common issues which are there. That is by sheer virtue of being geographically close, or by the virtue of seas being the common point. But any organization, in case it needs to go ahead, needs to also have other governmental agencies in tandem, and we can have a very constructive dialogue as far as military men are concerned in symposiums and conclaves like this. But a common aspect which needs to be there is the other governmental organizations, and for that there has to be a construct and an engagement which is there for each of the countries, military and the external organizations or the governmental organizations which are there. So I completely agree with Commodore De Silva in that context, of course, but do we need to make another organization, or do we need to add some other elements of the government or government agencies of respective countries in existing organizations, something which needs to be checked. But is only a military organization going to go ahead with coming out with deliverables? That needs to be seen progressively. So I would agree with Commodore De Silva as far as that is concerned. Just coming to the point which Captain Dhami made, opening up new institutions again might not be exactly a true sense of having a desired end state achieved. because each country again is facing the challenges which are only peculiar to their region. And by virtue of the fact that the common aspect is drug trafficking, does not mean that agency of drug trafficking training opened somewhere would aid all the 12 countries and would solve that problem. So it would be more of understanding what the issue is, having some common SOPs, but coming together in some particular institution or structured body and training together might not really solve that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Captain Kunal Bhardwaj. Sir, I would partly agree with Commodore De Silva, but I will also like to differ in the sense that we don't need other agencies to start coming in immediately. So we need to be in the realms of possible and pragmatic. We are the practitioners. We need to develop options, and we have got enough mechanisms available to develop that. The main issue, in my understanding, is overcoming the trust deficit. The very fact we are all sitting together and discussing is a step forward in that. Only when we sit together, allay our apprehensions, discuss what is my concern, try to overcome together is the way ahead. We don't need a new organization to develop that to discuss a concern. We have got enough avenues available. What we need to do is sit together and start discussing, and thereafter develop options to go in a step-by-step manner. Baby steps at a time. Let's start off what we have been saying, that low-hanging fruits is the first thing. Without foregoing the longer or the long-term view, the vision, we need to start developing options and start with that. And the issue in having an overarching organization is that the region is too vast. The security concerns by the virtue of geographical expanse are differing. So we need to acknowledge that. Whilst we need to develop an entity, we need to have a recognition of being an IOR state. We cannot have the same template superimposed for all the IOR littorals. Everybody has got different concerns because of the geographic expanse and the security threat in that regions. So we need to acknowledge that. Yet the more pragmatic way is to go ahead with the unilateral constructs which are already there, sir. So that is one point, sir. And whilst it is acknowledged that yes, we do need other organizations, but if we keep waiting for that, we will have the bus pathways. And relying too much on the extra-regional forces is not going to help, because they are here for their own interests. They are not here to help us. They are here till the time their interests are being served. The day it is served, they will be out. So the point is that we need to develop our own options. We need to be collective in allaying our fears and move ahead together. One step at a time, develop what is practical, discuss. Start off like we started with the Colombo Security Conclaves. We have had an exercise. We started with the tabletop exercises. We went ahead and had the exercise. And now we are developing, looking forward to probably developing SOPs. So step by step is what we have to go ahead. We have had institutions, we have got exercises which are happening. We just need to develop upon that. And the first thing is to sit down and talk. So discussion, a forum like this is the first step together where we all bring out our apprehensions. Everybody's got concern. So once we acknowledge the other person's concern and then find a way ahead, I think it will be more practical and pragmatic way of going ahead. That's all.
Thank you, Captain Kunal. Sir? Yes, please.
So, Captain Bhardwaj, sir, this is in response to the proposal by our esteemed delegate from Mauritius as to regarding regional organizations which are for and by the regional countries vis-a-vis extra-regional entities which are creating various frameworks and this thing. I think the approach should be to take everything on board, because I think most of us have recognized there are capacity constraints amongst us also. So rather than differentiating extra-regional entities, we should adopt a pluralistic approach and take everybody on board, and the effort should be probably the deliverable. What probably I would recommend is to identify and map various competencies across all these organizations. Something is being done under MACE, program. This something is being done in other frameworks. So to map all this and create a kind of a mind map or a document in which, and then adopt what Captain Himadri Das was alluding earlier, that it should be a pluralistic where 2-3 countries can come, and with the yesterday what Deputy Commandant Naval War College also alluded that the core competencies of various countries. So it's I think the outcome or the takeaway is to create a map of these competencies across these organizations at various levels. Some of them are at strategic level, some of the operational level, some of the tactical level. So there lies these challenges, and like Captain Sir Commodore De Silva brought out, the strategic priorities are also different. So I think that linkage, once is established, I think it will bring in a lot of trust and it will create some capacities across this organization in a very pluralistic manner, rather than one country or one entity trying to lead and trying to take a role. I think that will be one of the better approaches. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Captain Vadigar. Captain Das, sorry, would you like to address it? Sir, please.
Yes, I just want to add that there's a lot of structures, initiatives and centers that have been created within the region. And to my personal belief, we are yet to exploit the full potential of these different centers and initiatives that have been created, the different fusion centers, etc. I tend to believe that it's a one-way traffic at times, where a lot of information are going through these different centers, and very less is being spitted out to effectively have fruitful operations. The information to be forwarded to maritime operation centers to effective real-time operations out at sea, so that we can intercept the different players that are out there. So that there's a lot to be done in there are good reports that have been generated, beautiful reports, statistics, but we need to maximize the outputs from these centers to effectively carry out real-time operations. So we need to improve on that. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir.
I guess the small addition to what Captain Kunal mentioned, sometimes when you develop SOPs in a different framework, it can actually be transposed into another one. For example, the core unalleged exercises, which is with WPNS, which is for a different region with its own diversities and disparities, can be transposed into the IONS framework as well and be accepted. So if we are looking at the Colombo Security Enclave developing SOPs, as we move ahead, perhaps there is a possibility of that, adding up at the GMC level as well, and maybe even a bit further. So transferability of SOPs is also a possibility.
Thank you, sir. Any more views?
I like to give out a theory, whatever discussions take place. For instance, capability we desire minus capability we have is equal to what we need to do. So this theory may be applied in all cases, all instances. Today we have a discussion on IFC, IWA. I was thinking on that line, with this theory. Do we really know what capability we actually desire to have in the Indian Ocean region? That means, okay, and then if you know the total capability we desire, then for instance we put IFC. Okay, IFC Iowa here, one IFC in Singapore. What else? No more? Or more, one or two or three? I don't know. That discussion or that finding out that overall capability, I believe is necessary. Then, for instance, we have IFC Is it IFC Iowa or IFC? I understand. So is only one Iowa, or there is only one IFC in the whole Indian Ocean region? We have to, maybe, we have to rethink. Huh? What is that name? Okay. No, I know these, but I'm just giving out food for thought. Food for thought. So, like yesterday, someone said that we need a headmaster, right? There was a discussion. I believe, sort of, like this forum or initiatives, it's better not to have a headmaster. Whether we need facilitator or the moderator. Like today, this session, definitely the moderator is playing the key role, but he is not the headmaster. I'm trying to put everything, just so that you can, we can think further. How many IFC we need? Is it one central body? In that case, that IFC must be staffed, well staffed, by all the nations, representative of all the nations, number one. Then, do we need the regional IFC, not IWAR? I'm talking about the sub-regions, okay. Do we need the sub-regional IFC or not? So, one IFC, for instance, for IWAR, sub-regional IFC, groupings of, what is that, coastal nations, and then linking between these two. For instance, this IFC IWAR is getting information from where? For instance, with Bangladesh, particularly, if I refer. From which organization you get the information? Even I'm in the white, and I don't know. So maybe we need IFC IWAR 1, few RIFC, regional IFC in different sub-regions, and we need to know the way of linking between these RIFCs. Maybe. Just I'm thinking, and I'm so giving out this idea to you to think on this line. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking views. Yes.
Thank you, Captain Faiz, for putting, I think, one elephant in the room. I would like to put another elephant in the room. I think it was a very interesting discussion when I hear. But I think my perspective is that
somebody mentioned low-hanging fruits, and how come we keep going for the low-hanging fruits? My perspective is that the military and to some extent the enforcement agency ultimately is operation agencies. So we act on a certain political mandate, our own country political mandate. So that is why when the military say that we do info sharing, I think our political, I call it political master or political leaders will say go ahead, because this is what your military can do. When we say we do training, exercises, no problem, go ahead. When we say we do sharing, no problem, go ahead. But when it comes to joint operations and things like SOP, common ROEs, I think it becomes more and more difficult, because I think our political or our policy branches within the ministry or even beyond will start to ask us why, right, and why. So that's where we come upon, we need that discussion beyond us, above us to happen. If not, if we carry back today, for example, that we want to have a common SOP to do something, and we go and tell our own policies or other agency, they will come back with probably one say that exactly why are you doing this, and we will find it very hard to get the mandate that we bring back here. So I think that is just my perspective of why we or many regional or even international organizations such as this and always hang around info sharing, capacity building, training, exchange of expertise, but it is actually difficult to go beyond that because if we don't have that top-down direction to go and do, you are allowed to go and do, I think you'll find it very difficult. Yeah, that's my perspective.
Thank you, sir. May I request the Deputy Commandant for his views?
Captain Rawat, if you permit, before Deputy Commandant says something, I would like to...
I apologize for I was saying, sir.
No. He allowed me the mic so that I can put my 2 pence or 2 pennies before he puts in his pearls of wisdom. I was just looking at the sub-theme of today's discussion, and it seemed to me that the discussion got a little drifted, and the word that I look and which needs to be actually focused upon is existing multinational or multilateral organizations. I think we probably missed that part of existing. So when our August member proposed here that we need to look at more organizations, yes, there could be a possible need, not today, maybe tomorrow or in a distant future. But today what we are discussing here is how can we leverage activities pursued through existing multinational or multilateral organizations where the 12 members here are part in their own sort of, in their own sort of way. And you highlighted, and some of the, speakers also highlighted that there are so many multilateral and bilateral and trilateral organizations existing within this domain. And we need to see how the members who are representative in those organizations can extract benefits out of those organizations. So there are interplays and overlaps between the responsibilities and their core sort of outlook when they discuss their matters. So my suggestion is that the things or the security challenges that we are discussing here, if the respective members in their multilateral organizations could also pitch for that and take away what they have achieved in those multilateral organizations and bring it back in this platform, I believe that we will only gain. So those overplays and interplays could enhance the synergies between the various multilateral, bilateral, trilateral organizations, and we could probably gain from that. That was one view. Second was, of course, a very interesting discussion about the ABNJ, Area Beyond National Jurisdiction. When you see a picture on the screen, I think it hits you more hard than words itself. So what he displayed that there are 95% of the ocean, which is beyond the ABNJ, is worth taking back. And to that, what Captain Mishra sir mentioned, that yes, national jurisdictions may not be there, but the international jurisdictions are still playing. And so what I'm trying to say is it is that region, that space where we need to collaborate so that we can tackle the maritime security challenges which we know exist and sort of threaten all of us. So these are just 2 points from my side which I thought I'll put it on the table.
Thank you, sir.
May I? Sir. Okay, these are my personal views, and they're not the views of any person living or dead, and they do not certainly are the views of the Indian Navy or the Commodore of Foreign Corporation, because he has a larger mandate. My views are basically on the discussions that happen here. CMF, CTF, UNAFCO, OP Atlanta, all these organizations have been operating in our waters for very, very long. And as somebody brought out, they have their own interests. You may like to know that many of these operations, blue water navies are doing, anti-drug operations, anti-human smuggling operations, and you have $1 billion destroyer or frigate from from the European navies coming and doing these kind of operations. The fact of the matter is that it was an issue of relevance. You know, when Europe became peaceful, you saw the defense expenditure reducing considerably, and this was a way for blue water platforms and continued expenditure on defense and maintaining navies. Because the taxpayer is asking, if everything is peaceful, why do you need to spend $1 billion on a new ship? So thankfully this conflict which has just taken place in Europe and what is happening far in the South China Sea has again invigorated the defense industry and defense expenditure. So that is one point. Second point is that I'd like to make is that it's good that you have many organizations like IONS, IPOI and many things. But gentlemen, just think about this. If you are nimble, if you are fleet-footed, if you are small, you can move much faster. And the more charters, political oversight and rules and regulations that you bring into the organization, the slower you will become. We all are an operational construct here. We are practitioners of maritime security. If we start going and trying, we have to drive the agenda of our leaders. We don't have to take agenda from our leaders and try and drive it here. So as operational practitioners, we must come to a consensus or not come to a consensus and try and explain to the people why we want to do this and why it is important. Next point I'd like to say is that there is no nation which does not have capabilities. Please understand this. Some have capabilities in a particular direction, some have capabilities in another direction. Capacities is another thing. Capacity is related to your income, your state of your GDP and things like that. But there is no nation sitting here which does not have capabilities, and I firmly believe that. Every occasion that we have to discuss is what brings us closer to another step to understand each other better. And like Captain Mishra said and Captain FC also, Commodore FC also said, we have to see law as an enabler, not as something which is a preventer. And that we can see law as an enabler only if we understand international maritime law. We all belong to the Committee of Nations which believe in a rules-based order and believe in good order at sea. So if you want to be a part of the rules-based order, you also need to understand international maritime law. And as practitioners, only if you know the law can we exploit it to our advantage. I was just discussing with Commandant, exercises probably is the next step after 2 or 3 years at the GMS level. It may not happen with all 12 countries, but we could have an exercise in Southeast Asia. We can have an exercise in the Western Indian Ocean region, as Colonel Atala has been professing for many years. He's saying there are people coming from outside and trying to teach us and trying to do exercises. Why can't we have something at our own level? Let's say Mauritius, India, a few other, Madagascar, and Seychelles get together and do an exercise. Gentlemen, do we want the IOR to be an ocean of ideas, an ocean of opportunity, or an ocean of resonance? Or we want it to be an ocean of interference, an ocean of obstruction, or an ocean of remote control? That choice remains with the 12 delegates here and what they take back. So the choice of making IOR an ocean of ideas, opportunity and resonance lies with us. With that, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. May I request the Commandant if he has some news to share with us.
I think I was reserving my comments for the end, but since the moderator desires that I say something, I think we need to use this forum to give some ideas, and we all are at the working level, and I'm sure all of you will appreciate that all ideas germinate and all the staff work, paperwork is done at the working level. And as the Deputy has already said, we need to drive the agenda, we need to drive the narrative, and you all will agree with me and that any idea which is a good idea is taken irrespective of what the higher policy makers desire. And I'm sure Colonel Daniel has already said, he's given the what all we can do, what all we cannot do. as long as it does not fall into the domain of the politics, I think everything is doable. So that is for all of us to carry that back. And personally, I would, once Commodore FC is here, personally I would subscribe that we need to utilize this forum to take forward whatever Commodore Silva has said. And do we need another organization that we can debate? But we already have an existing forum. All of us get together in the GMS, and this is the working level. All of us have different charters, have different mandates. Some of you are in policy making, some of you are part of the navies or the maritime forces, some of you are part of critical organization in your respective countries. So I'm sure you understand the dynamics, and I would personally urge that we utilize this opportunity. We have had 4 sessions, and we need to have some takeaways. All of us need to have some takeaways based on the deliberation which we have had. And the next 2 sessions, of course, you have to record the discussions and the decisions which have been taken in these 4 sessions. And if you still have some points to project, I'm sure the forum will be open, and we will take them with the concurrence of Commodore FC. He's here, he's sitting next to me. But I would personally feel that we need to maximize this forum. That is my point of view. All yours.
No, thank you, sir. To sum up the session 4, we had a very informative and interesting session on the topic existing multilateral organizations in IOR towards generating collective maritime competences. We had some very good presentations where the countries shared their perspective on their capabilities, their strengths, their shortcomings, and how they are using the multilateral organizations and activities pursued thereon to mitigate the threats and risks. There was very lively discussion thereafter, wherein we had a lot of participation, and there were differing views, especially with respect to whether the existing organizations are sufficient to tackle the challenges that we face, or there is a requirement of a overarching organization where all the IOR countries are members and the organization looks into all aspects of maritime security. There was an interesting take by Captain Mishra on the laws of seas, which can be used as enablers, and his focus was that we should not miss out the window of opportunity that is presented. We had some other views on various other aspects related to maritime security and the multinational organizations, how they can be used as enablers for filling the gaps in the overall maritime security architecture. To conclude, I would say there is certainly a case for leveraging the activities pursued through existing multilateral organizations to elevate the capabilities of all member nations to the same level as was brought out by the rep from Seychelles. However, in my opinion, the effectiveness of such an endeavor would largely depend upon the common shared vision of the participating nations and their willingness to collaborate to address contemporary challenge in the maritime domain. And to achieve this, the most important aspects that we need is a clear understanding of the competencies that it desires, as was brought out by the rep from Bangladesh, a roadmap on how to leverage the ongoing activities of the existing organizations, and a time-bound way forward to arrive at some tangible outcomes. With this, I'd like to conclude the session. I'd like to thank all the participants for their active participation, and especially the speakers from the participating countries who set the tone for this active discussion. May I have request for a round of applause for the speakers.
Thank you, sir. May I request Commandant Naval War College and speakers of Session 4 to come up for presentation of mementos. I request the speakers to kindly line up on the right side of stage next to the flags. Captain Mami Rakotomanga from Madagascar. Captain Chua Swa Tet from Myanmar. Major Hans Paul from Seychelles. Lieutenant Commander P. Ashok Verma from India. The moderator, Captain C.S.S. Rawat from India. I request all delegates to kindly come up for a group photograph. Gentlemen, we now break for tea and refreshments, which is laid out in the lobby. The next session will commence at 1100 hours. I request everyone to be seated by 1055 hours.
On formulation and ratification of record of meeting and disciplines. The sixth and the final session will be held to identify common agenda points for the next Goa Maritime Conclave, and both the sessions will be moderated by Captain S.A. Sharma from India. I request the session moderator to come up on the stage for conduct of both the sessions.
Okay, before we commence this session and the next one too, I'll just work out through some modalities which is going to be undertaken during this session. We have had an extensive discussion in the last 4 sessions. Everybody has presented their views, but as you all men in uniform would understand that anything which you present, finally if you don't record it and if it is not documented well, then there is no use. So whilst all of you were presenting your views, we had a team of 4 able officers leading teams and having about 3 to 4 officers in each of those teams. And each of these sessions have been summarized by them. Each of the speakers' views have been summarized in some form, and finally each of the session has got an overall summary in the sense that the broad themes which are discussed during each session. I'll just, before we flash on the record of discussions of each of the sessions, I would just request all of you to pay attention to the team who has painstakingly put forth these views which have been articulated by the speakers. So session 1 has been coordinated and by Captain Rivera, who's there on the podium right now. The session 2 has been coordinated by Captain Panikar, who is sitting there. Session 3 has been undertaken by Captain Kunal Bharadwaj and his team. And of course session 4, which was the final session today, was undertaken by Captain Vadivel. So I acknowledge the contribution made by these 4 team leaders along with their teams. And of course the overall coordinator for the entire summing up has been Captain Injay, who has also been actively involved in the entire thing. I just want to put across that once we'll be scrolling through the document. It's a working level discussion right now. I'll be scrolling through a Word document, and you'll be able to see we have these speakers from all these countries which are alphabetically arranged, starting from Bangladesh, Comoros, Indonesia, then we got Madagascar and the other countries which are there, ending with Thailand. So I would request each of these speakers of these sessions in case to look at the screen and see your views, and then of course if there are any views as far as the overall theme of the session is concerned by the others. So with that we commence with the record of discussions of the session 1, which is of course you can just go to the session 1. So the theme for the session 1 was identifying gaps in regulatory and legal frameworks for achieving maritime security in the Indian Ocean region, including frameworks for possible regional conventions and agreements. The speakers, of course, were from Indonesia, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, and Captain Sodi from India, and moderated by Captain Raghavendra Mishra. We move on to the record of whatever has been discussed by each of the speakers first. So first, I would request Captain Tabera to flash the views brought out by the speaker from Indonesia, Captain Tony. Captain Tony, you may please have a look at what all has been highlighted by you, which has been articulated and documented here. And in case there is any variance which you feel, then you may please highlight it. We can change it straight away here. So please.
Gentlemen, this is not for the consumption for Indian Navy alone. This record of discussion will be shared with all of you. You can present it to your leadership and show them what all was discussed in this symposium. So please don't have by any chance a thought that this is going to remain with Indian Navy. This is our collective effort of 2 days, and the ownership is also collective. So I would request you to kindly have a quick look at it so that we can keep scrolling through the pages.
Can I just have one point?
See, B3, IUU fishing, especially in the high seas. There's nothing called as IUU fishing in the high seas. You have high seas freedom of fishing to all countries. So, you have to be right. Over exploitation of fishing of natural resources in beyond national jurisdiction, you can say. High seas freedom allows every country to fish beyond 200 miles. There's a way. Just check IUU fishing. I think if you leave it there, it will sound better. It will be correct also. Captain Tony?
Yes, sir. You're right, but let me correct my presentation on the point. This maritime security, one of the first challenges IUU fishings. Probably that's right, and I totally agree that IUU fishings is occur not only in the high sea but also mostly in the EEZ.
Thank you, Captain Mishra and Captain Tony. In case you're okay, then we can move ahead. I want to go ahead from the speakers who are there so that we can move on to the next point. Are we done? Captain Tony, can we move on to the next one? So go back to the, please don't scroll down till the time the speaker is acknowledged. Captain Tony may indicate when we are ready to move on to the next one, please.
I just want to add my point that I believe that all of the Indian Ocean states are member of the United Nations, and therefore I think they should abide the UN Charter in managing their relationships with each other.
Could you just repeat that, sir?
According to the point of view, my 3 point of view, the maritime challenge in the oceans, freedom of navigation, the vulnerability of the country to respond to natural response and natural disaster, and third, that one is IUU fishings. I think the member of the states of the Indian Oceans round should abide the UN Charter in managing their relationships with each other.
Okay, noted, Captain Tony. What we will do is we will note down the point and we will accordingly incorporate this particular view of yours also, and then
Is this okay, sir?
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Tony. We move on to the next speaker of session 1, Mr. Veera Swamy from Mauritius. Mr. Veera Swamy, Superintendent of Police from Mauritius, can you please have a look at your views which have been articulated here, and in case there are any variants, then you can please let us know.
Yes, so can we move to Para Delta?
Yes, please go ahead.
So there is an absence of common SOPs.
Okay, just add the word common before SOPs.
I think it is correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker, Commodore De Silva from Sri Lanka. Correction, it was of course Commander Kure who spoke, but Commodore De Silva of course will have his views in case it has been articulated well here or not.
I agree with this document.
Okay, thank you. So now we finished the three speakers. The speaker from India was of course Captain Swati. We'll vet the issue with him. In case anybody has, we'll flash it right now. In case anybody has any additions or any alterations which they need to make, we can do that right now straight away as far as the speaker from India is concerned.
I have a point, Sasha. So, the previous thing, I think we must remove Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle, and it should be just told Southeast Asia and the Middle East. There is no need for that. There is no official statement of this. This is just a colloquial statement which is made, by academic thinkers who have designed these things. We must call it drug issues in IOR.
Point taken, sir.
Commander Kore, are you okay with it?
It's okay, sir.
Yes, because there is no legal standing of these two comments, these two things.
The drug traffickers, you can
yes,
keep it as common drug traffickers.
The problem of drug traffickers and things like that.
Okay, move on to the next one.
I just have a point for Para Charlie. Instead of saying enable the resolution of piracy, just say enabled adequate addressal of piracy in the Arabian Sea.
Is that okay, sir?
I'm not sure addressal is.
Captain Sharma?
Yeah, I think you can use a different word. So please go ahead, Captain Das.
I was just suggesting that since the speaker spoke it would just be in order if he gets the opportunity to vet it.
That's right, we will do that.
So
we will do that.
It's really improper for us to change what is.
So we will send this version also, and then we can of course get a. Okay, we move on to the summary of the session 1, where certain points which have been commonly highlighted by the speakers. So there are two aspects which are covered in this summary. One is about common perspectives which are there, and of course some takeaways which we have derived from this session. A point to note is that the takeaways which are there, which are reflected here, of course, would also come out in the next session with respect to the discussions for GMC 23. So finally, each session would be having some kind of a takeaway, which would be as a point of discussion for the next GMC, and it will be flashed in the next session. So with that, we can just go through the perspectives. This is open to everybody. Anybody can have their views in case they want to add something, as far as especially the speakers of session 1 and anybody else, because finally it's a common consensus which is needed here as far as perspectives of session 1 is concerned.
On subpara 5 alpha 1, since this is a follow-up to GMC where the common priorities have already been established, I wonder whether we need to again, because there could be an ambiguity between what is written here and what is a part of the agreed priorities. So I think there's a need for alignment between the two, and maybe we could have a look at ensuring alignment. Otherwise, we start off on a new agenda. It's a possibility. I haven't seen both.
In this session, yes. In this session, the perspective just brings across as to what the four speakers spoke with respect to the topic, which is about international laws and gaps existing in them. So finally, what it summarizes is what was spoken, and subsequently the takeaways is what is going to be taken to GMCC.
Yeah, Captain Faiz, please go ahead.
Sir, right at this moment, to me actually, my personal opinion, better not to write the perspectives anymore, because already in the four speakers, whatever they have expressed, well discussed. Only the takeaways may be summarized here.
So these are the panelists as well who asked questions and they gave inputs. So I think some of that gets added up.
So when we are actually discussing and recording some things, like what was just brought out, that there are one is of course the speakers who have their presentations, and then there is a question answer session. There are some questions, some things which are also reflected here. So it's a combination of everything, and may not be the exact subset or the it might not be an exact subset of the speakers this thing, but it's also the other views which have been expressed by various speakers. So.
See, accession has its own connotations. You can just write participation in international conventions and their ratification, because how they get codified is a national issue, and it happens in a different manner in every country. Once you ratify it, it's your problem thereafter. Whether you have enabling mechanism or not, that's a domestic issue.
Captain Purana, would you like to say something, sir, to this?
I tend to believe the participation may not be a very legally correct word.
All become party to international convention.
Yeah.
That is the whole thing. That's the important.
Becoming party is the correct thing, but it sounds. So I thought the accession can be
So
by
accession
other means.
The legal connotation of accession is once the treaty has been negotiated, concluded, and then after you join. So the accession means that you have not participated in treaty making. That's the whole logic. You can just say ratification and ratification of international conventions and making enabling domestic laws.
Yeah, so ratification of international conventions will be okay.
And
by states, and then incorporation into domestic law.
Yeah, that would be better.
Ratification would be a better word, because that's what we use. If you go as per the Vienna Convention on Laws and Treaties.
So codification it means?
It's an accepted term, I leave it at that.
Okay, so we'll just summarize this point. You can note it as ratification of international conventions by states and the codification into domestic laws. You can delete the rest of the aspects. I mean, or keep them delete. Yeah, you can strike it off, so that we know what was it earlier and then what is the one right now. Yeah, so I'll just repeat it again: ratification of international conventions by states and their codification into domestic laws.
I just have 3 points. Alpha 1, freedom of navigation is a right. It's not a common maritime threat. So you need to reword it. your impediments against freedom of navigation or whatever comes to your mind, because that's a right, it's not a common threat, that's one. And I would suggest when you're using domestic laws, I would suggest use national legislation. And Alpha 4, instead of uniform SOPs, say common SOPs. That's what we are looking at right now. Or commonly accepted SOPs in Alpha 4. National legislation. See, like, states also have the right to...
Is this okay, sir?
Yeah, national legislation means it's for the highest body in the country. Although state laws also are supposed to act by national legislation, but there may be gaps in between.
Okay, so having gone through the perspectives which are there, we'll just come to the certain common takeaways which were reflected as far as the session is concerned. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, if we include a subpara 2, alpha 2 in this, take away freedom of navigation from common maritime threats and bring it as the right for freedom of navigation.
Sorry, we are taking away a very important element which was expressed by the speakers. So freedom of navigation cannot be deleted. It needs to be, some words can be added, for instance, challenges to freedom of navigation. So if it has to be sounding as Captain Mishra said, so it can be done there itself or it can be done separately. Yeah, we can put it there. Just add challenges to freedom of navigation also. But this is an important aspect.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the takeaways as far as the session 1 is concerned. I would request Captain Ravera, you can read out the takeaways which have been reflected with the 3 speakers and of course the, 4 speakers and the question answer session.
Yeah. For the session 1, sub-theme 1, there were 5 primary takeaways post presentation of all 4 papers by the panelists, as well as discussions that ensued thereafter, and the summing up done by the moderator. So these 5 strategies have been encapsulated as the first one of being ratification of international conventions by all GMS states. Second is incorporation of international conventions in respective domestic laws. We will make that correction to include national legislations also.
You can make it right now after we read out the...
Yeah. Third is to develop a common and synergistic understanding of international laws amongst all stakeholders. Now when we say all stakeholders here, in addition to nations, we are also talking about the public-private partnership which was alluded to by the Sri Lankan counterparts here. So that it gives an umbrella of different kind of stakeholders, not only states or nations but other private partners. And then implement an optimal enforcing mechanism through cooperative legal capacity building, which was brought across by Mauritius, saying that there is a requirement to build capacities so that as a collaborative engagement, we come to some kind of a common understanding and enable each other's mitigation of the maritime threats in that particular region. And the last one is to plug gaps in legal framework by cross-linking jurisdictions of various relevant international conventions which are beyond UNCLOS and the provisions contained in various domestic laws, and we will add to the last part as national legislations. So the last part basically brings out that there is no one particular law or convention which covers all maritime threats and challenges that are in the environment today. And today we might be faced with a certain number of challenges or threats which may emanate or which may change tomorrow. So therefore laws or conventions will always be one step behind the threats or challenges that might emanate. And therefore there is a need to have a system where we cross-link the existing domestic or national laws with the international conventions so as to overcome any maritime threat or challenges in the particular region.
So my recommendation is stop it at beyond UNCLOS. The reason I am saying this is the provisions contained in various domestic laws are only for domestic orders. But when you do it in a collaborative international atmosphere, then it is just international law. Domestic law is only an enabling mechanism. So you just stop at, if you just stop at beyond unclause, it's okay, because everything else has been said earlier. Domestic laws can be at variance with international law. We have said that earlier.
Okay, you can do that. And we have another 3 sessions to go, and thereafter we will be, the takeaways as far as each session is concerned, of course, is also going to be reflected in the proposed agendas as far as the GMC 23 discussions are concerned. So even if we spend some time here, it would be easier for us to proceed ahead with the next session.
I just have a point.
Captain Das, please go ahead.
The prerogative to ratify is that of a sovereign state, and there may be many reasons why a state may not want to ratify a particular, but it still is bound to follow an international rules-based order. So just ratification of a treaty doesn't sort of solve the problem itself. So perhaps maybe you can have a look at that. And if you could look at this 5th point again, cross-linking jurisdictions of various, I haven't really come across this business of cross-linking jurisdictions, so I'm not so sure what it really means or...
So I'll just interject a bit, sir. We have Commodore FC who wanted to say something. I'll just get back to you. So please.
Captain Sharma, just a point on the first two, para 5, Bravo 1 and 2. Now, we all know GMS, the purview of GMS and what we can tackle and what we can't. Now, my suggestion is that these 2 points are coming right at the beginning of the takeaways. So, I would suggest that we put them at the last point, and rather than saying that ratification, we can just say consideration and feasibility, and join both the 2 points, because this is just a food for thought, or rather a possible consideration by the senior hierarchy, but we all know that it's going beyond the purview of both GMS and GMC.
Sir, we noted that point, sir. So we will incorporate 1 and 2 together, and we will make it as a consideration rather than a statement. And so Captain Das, you wanted to...
Yes, Sasha, I agree with you.
After Das finishes, then we can come to particular...
Captain Hildy wanted to speak, of course, Commander Hildy wanted to speak.
I was just considering on the point 1, which just now has been mentioned, because the ratification of international convention by all GMS states is a very, very broad term. It's not specific, but the issues which we were talking about are issues which are related to maritime security. So I think if we put related to maritime security, the sentence would get full completion.
So do you want to make it as incorporation of...
Related to maritime security.
Yeah, related to maritime security. So consideration and feasibility to ratify international conventions related to maritime security by all GMS states. Is that okay?
I think it could be even more focused by priority areas of common priority areas identified by. So that gives us a direct relation with the priorities. It's a suggestion, I think.
So we have finished about 30 minutes. We have finished 1 session. So if we actually have a timing, understanding of timing, then we can place about 1 more hour, and we've got about 20 minutes for each session, followed by, of course, the sessions for GMS, discussions for GMC. So with that, we have incorporated the corrections which are required for session 1. We'll move on to session 2. Yes. Okay, we'll move on to session 2 where it can be flashed. We had the sequence of speakers, of course, from Singapore, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Captain Guru Khurana from India. The theme was, of course, formulation of common multilateral maritime strategy and operating protocols for GMC nations for collective mitigation of maritime threats and challenges in the IOI. We move on to the summary which was reflected by the speaker from Singapore, the speaker from Singapore can please have a look at it and then give your consensus, and then we'll move on to the next speaker from Bangladesh.
Use your voice.
For point number 2, we have no liaison officer at RMIFC. Yeah, so if you can just, Singapore has filtered EA as ILO at IFC IOR. That would be.
So as we understand, you don't have any liaison officer at the...
We don't have, it's just Singapore IRC have linkages with RMIFC. Yeah, we don't have, basically nobody is there because of resource.
So you can remove this Singapore's liaison officer at RMIF.
Yeah, this will be accurate.
Sir, Captain Panikar, sir.
This way.
So probably we can, like he has mentioned, Sir has mentioned, Captain Daniel, we can write Singapore has linkages with RMIFC Madagascar.
I'm okay with that also. Yeah. Has linkages with RMIFC and yeah, task DA as IO.
Yes, sir. And the DA is dual task, both as DA and as the liaison officer in Singapore. IFC IOR. Yes.
Is this okay?
Yeah, this is okay.
So if you are fine, then we'll move on to the next speaker, which is from Bangladesh.
Just one point, wherever, Sasha here.
So, please.
Evergreen, just go back up. Don't use the word blockade, please. You can say close the Suez Canal or blocked it. Blockade, as we know, is an act of war.
Yeah, a good point, sir. Thank you very much for pointing it out. So the word blockade would be, of course, construed as something else. It would be, yes. Thank you very much, sir, for that. We move on to the next one, which is the speaker from Bangladesh. Captain Faiz, you may have a look at it and then please. Thank you very much, Captain Faiz. We will move on to Captain Yusuf from Malaysia. You may please have a look at the records which have been made for your presentation.
Next one. Next.
In case once he finishes, then we can.
Sorry, sir, but I think that we missed one point. Maybe before J. Can you go up, sir?
Before J.
Just go to the previous page.
Right. Yesterday I give some examples, but I believe that it should be recorded in this meeting. For example, the matter is on our suggestion that the process should be in the future or current. That I mean is we have a GMS, and then we have GMC, and then we have IONS, and then we have IORA. So I would like to register here that we believe that some of the initiative could be better discussed in the higher level of discussion.
Okay, Captain.
To achieve, because it's related to the concept of the whole of government actually. So what GMS should be discussed.
Captain Panikar would like to put across something. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, if I'm not wrong, it was regarding the discussions at the higher level, at the national level for funding issue.
Funding is one of the examples I give, but my point is that some of the issue that yes, maybe it is our level issue, so we may discuss at the GMS or GMC, but I believe there will be some issues that we need to bring up to the higher level. So the process should be GMS, GSC, to IONS, and maybe to IORA.
Understood. So point taken, Captain Yusuf. So we have just added the point at the end, which you have, we have told that some outcomes of GMS and GMC could be discussed for implementation at a higher policy stroke decision making level. Is that okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sasha, I have a query for
Yes,
Captain
please.
Yusuf. Could we just go back up one page, please? Captain Yusuf, your point Golf 2, the trilateral maritime patrols, is it only for the Sulu Sea? My understanding it extends to the Sulu and Celebes seas. Maybe you'd like to include that. Celebes, CELEBES.
So we would like the.
It's just input of.
So let us have the views from the speaker who had presented his before we know.
I believe there should be a Sulu Sea only.
So we'll keep it as Sulu Sea as of now, sir. Thank you. Okay, we move on to the last speaker of session 2, which was of course Captain Khurana. Captain Khurana, may please have a look at the summary which has been made for your speech. Next page. Next. Thank you, sir. We will now move on to the summary of the session 2, some perspectives and of course key takeaways which were there. We move on to the key takeaways. Okay, we continue with the perspectives. We just flashed it in case anybody has got any variance in terms of technicality of a particular statement, then I would request you to convey it. Otherwise, we can continue with the perspectives as flashed. So I would like to, Captain Panikar, to please highlight the takeaways so that it is heard by everyone. Please go ahead.
Sir, post completion of session 2, certain perspectives which were serial 1 to 12 were brought out, and based on the perspectives and the discussions, the takeaways which were arrived upon to be incorporated into GMC are as flashed. First of them being arrive at common consensus to the interpretation of one clause on freedom of navigation, at least at a regional level. Build and augment trust between regional nations to enhance information sharing mechanisms, which was discussed as a low-hanging fruit. Concept of Sagar enunciated by the Government of India can be implemented for overall growth of Indian Ocean region littorals by regional cooperation. Fourth point was, as brought out by the friend from Malaysia, the concept of whole of government and whole of society be embraced in the process of formulating maritime strategies. Common multilateral maritime strategy be initiated by developing common operating protocols, which was released during the previous GMC, on key aspects based on CMP in a graduated manner, beginning with basic aspects like identifying maritime security POCs of the GMC nations to volunteer nations leading by an agreement. Progress on specific aspects like HEDA guidelines created under the aegis of multilateral platforms like the GMC, the CSC, BIMSTEC, etc. That's all, sir.
Just go back. Sir, if anybody has got any views or any additions or deletions, you please go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next one. Please, from the officer from Singapore.
So I have a couple of comments. For point number 1, my opinion is that maybe a bit ambitious to arrive at a common consensus. I think the point here is about, I suggest, about having conversation to have a better understanding. So along that line, that's my opinion. For one, it's a bit, we have many countries here, I think we have our own interpretation, but it's about understanding. Point number 5, I'm trying to decipher the whole paragraph there. So which is the focus? Are we trying to be coming up with a strategy or the COP? And what is CMP? Yeah, sorry. So I maybe seeking some clarification on what do we mean by point number 5. Thank you.
Can you please repeat the point about para 5? Para 1 we have understood, we can make it accordingly. But para
So
5,
para 5 I'm not making a comment yet, I'm trying to understand what it's trying to say. It's a lexicon of many terms.
Okay.
What is CMP?
Okay, CMP is the Common Maritime Priorities, which was enunciated after GMC 2021. So that is the parchment which was signed by all the nations. So there are 10 to 11 common maritime priorities which have been, discussed during the Goa Maritime Conclave of 2021. So CMP is that. Anything else? Mr. Swami, please.
Can I?
Yes, regarding para.
We have the officer from Mauritius who's just raised. Yes, yes, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir, regarding para 4, the concept of whole of government and whole of society, could we just phrase it, each member state of government may encourage the participation of the civil society or in private sector in the process of formulating maritime strategies. Otherwise, we are thinking about dictating the whole of government.
So you don't want to write the whole of society and you just want to leave it at
encourage the private sector and the local community, the civil society, to be involved in the process of formulating maritime strategies.
So point taken, so we will incorporate it accordingly, which is a valid point that you have brought out. We can add that, other members of the civil society. Captain Kurana, sir, please.
After he finishes point number 4, I would like to dictate him point number 1 so that conforms to what Colonel Daniel says. The point number 1 is consider reconciling divergent interpretation of UNCLOS on freedom of navigation, at least at the regional level. Is that all right?
Yes, I think I'm all right. I mean, the key point is that I don't think we will want to have all countries have the same interpretation, but at least understand.
That's right.
Yeah, and reconcile. I think that's a good word. Yeah.
So the effort will be in that direction, although we may not be able to reach, of course. Point number 5. Initiate the process of common multilateral maritime strategy
for formulation of
by developing, that's already there, formulation of common maritime strategy by developing common operating protocols, common operating protocols is to be there, by developing common operating protocols on key aspects based. It's already there.
It's already there. What you do is the just strike off be initiated by developing. Just strike that much off because it's already got. Yeah.
No,
I think
not that.
You've got. Rabina, please go back to the beginning of the paragraph.
Okay, let me repeat.
Yeah.
Initiate the process for formulation of common multilateral maritime strategy by developing common operating protocols.
So, unstrike the common operating protocols on top. But Rabina, there is a word, there is a line which is common operating protocols. So, unstrike it, yeah.
Based on common operating protocols based on common maritime priorities. Rest is all right. Is that okay? Now, is it more clear now to understand?
Thank you for that. If I may, maybe I suggest common operating protocols we can keep. Maybe I just suggest to have some flexibility and indicate all guidelines. It may not be everything having a protocol, and it's up to interpretation what is protocol. To me, is binding. So I think we will prefer to have something that is guidelines that we can agree that we.
I think you can make it protocols/guidelines. That will cover everything. And after CMPs, I suggest you add a footnote to indicate that this was covered in GMC 2021.
So,
I was suggesting that instead of putting in a graduated manner, you can straight away say common maritime, what is that, CMP, common maritime priorities discussed in GMC 21. You just put it there and you can cut out in a graduated manner if that is okay.
There were many things discussed in GMC 21. Of those things, we would like to start with the low-hanging fruit, because everything what was discussed in GMC 21 may not be acceptable to all countries.
Correct. So common maritime priorities discussed in GMC 2021. That's what we are saying.
So the Common Maritime Priorities was an official document which was released in GMC 21. So just to highlight it, so that those who are not, those who are not able to correlate, we can bring it out here like what Commodore FC has said.
Don't cut that. That is important.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to the next.
Just for a clarification,
so please.
Here, the common maritime priorities were discussed.
Yes, sir.
They were discussed. Please understand, they were discussed and agreed there is a difference. So they were discussed.
Yes, sir.
So they were adopted, sir. They were adopted, sir.
So there is a, I mean, in the sense that they were discussed and kind of consensus.
Let us be very clear about it. There was a statement of intent, and there was a parchment which was made, and therefore it was not discussed, but it was evolved, it was developed.
Point taken, sir. So we'll move on to the next session now, which is session 3. Session 3 was about identification and establishment of collaborative training programs with centers of excellence across the Indian Ocean region. So, in case there is anything which needs to be clarified, I will
just one
request. Sir?
Discussed is something which was discussed and left at that.
That's right.
And the point is that it has not been ratified by respective nations. So it should be developed. Because something concrete happened in GMC 21, where there was a consensus and they were developed. So there was an agreement amongst, at the operational level amongst all the Apex leadership, that yes, we have security challenges and these are a common minimum agenda as far as that is concerned.
Sir.
I agree with Commodore FC that it is not ratified. But discuss would make it as if, it was just an agenda point of discussion.
Point taken, sir. So we'll just change it to developed.
So can I just make one? So if I read from the priorities, it says, we the Chiefs of Navies, heads of maritime agencies, the nations constituted the GMC, identify the need for declaring a common maritime priorities for addressing challenges. So they have identified it.
So as agreed upon, as identified, as discussed or as deliberated, any word would be fine as long as people know that it was brought out during GMC.
I think if you use the word identified, which has been used in the document itself, you'll be on safe grounds.
Absolutely. So we use the word identified. As long as the awareness is there amongst the GMC and the GMS nations that common maritime priority parchment was there. We'll move on to the next session, which was, of course, identification and establishment of collaborative training programs with centers of excellence across the Indian Ocean region. We had speakers from Maldives, Comoros, Thailand, and India, and of course, that was moderated by Captain Himadri Das. I would request Captain Kunal Bharadwaj, in case there are any clarifications, I will call upon you to clarify whatever has been brought out in the document.
Captain Sharma, may I also request, other than the 4, there were other 4 countries who spoke during the, so they also be offered an opportunity to go to the perspective section.
Of course, definitely. Colonel Hilmi, you can please have a look at your particular aspect covered, and then we will move on to the next one if you are fine with it.
First is the spelling of the name, Hilmy, rather than I.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Right.
We'll correct it straight away.
And on alpha, just remove the incident highlighting the countries. You can just mention about the security challenge. So no need to put across the case.
So we'll just leave it at the speaker highlighted the issue of drug trafficking. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So after others, full stop, please
Let me answer the first sentence itself.
Yeah. That's right, okay.
Then on this brow,
So second sentence, maritime piracy, comma, illegal fishing and drug trafficking.
After drug trafficking, you can put a full stop and slash off everything else. Well, let me please go ahead. You had another point.
I think in brow, these are two issues. The IFC IOR is one, so we can rephrase it in a better way because it helps Maldives to gain a common operating picture in Indian Ocean region by placing a ILO at IFC IOR. So according to that, we can just rephrase brow and the training with APCS. The point which I had put across was to establish a common center of excellence in Indian Ocean region, which can conduct training programs such as what we are conducting in APCSS and NISA.
So we'll break it down into 2 points. The first one is that you have gained a lot by placing an ILO at IFC IOR. Is that the point?
Right.
And the second one is that you're talking about
establishing a common center of excellence in IOR and conducting programs just like what NISA and APCs are conducting.
Okay.
So it was a need which was identified.
I think the point that Colonel Hilmy himself said that there was no regional training center is what he had mentioned. I printed it down.
Right. So a need was identified there.
Colonel Hilmy, you may please specify exactly what you want to bring out here. Need to establish a common center of excellence for higher level of training. Then you wanted to say
in IOR.
In IOR, training in what?
So this common center of excellence would be a center which could conduct training programs, what I have highlighted, such as what APCs Hawaii, NISA and other center of excellence across the Europe is conducting, because that's something which we don't have in Indian Ocean region.
So you can write akin to training, you can write in bracket akin to training.
Just a minute. Can we just, the essence of what you tried to say was that the personnel from Maldives are going to APCS's Hawaii for training, etc. But there is no regional training center. So that was the first point he said, that there is no regional training center, and therefore there was a need to develop a regional center. We were going to extra regional centers for training. So that was the essence of the point that he was trying to make.
The point taken, the point understood. So you are wanting a regional training center akin to the training which is conducted.
It's not akin to. The fact is that people are being trained outside the region in APCS in Hawaii.
I want to ask Colonel Hilmy, what is this training on? If you could please expand what APCSS and NISA is, so that there is clarity amongst the audience as to what the training is. I would like Colonel Hilmy to please expand.
Yeah, these are centers which conduct various programs on maritime security, where large audience gathers and discusses. But what I have found out was there is no such kind of a training institution within Indian Ocean region. So I think most of the countries in here are sending officers to those institutions which I have just mentioned. But that's something which we don't have in Indian Ocean region.
Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, just write, need to establish a regional center of excellence of training in IOR on the lines of APCSS and NISA.
APCS is
Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, and NISA is near East Asia Center, something Middle East Center. Near? Near East and South Asia. Yeah.
You
So
can,
this is no.
you can get the full form from the net, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah, I think it's fine, sir. We can just leave it at this. Colonel Elmi, you may please clarify again. Need to establish a regional center of excellence for training on the lines of APCSS and NESA.
One point is, I don't think there is a requirement to name the institutions. We can just mention the need to establish a regional center of excellence for training in the Indian Ocean region, particularly focusing on maritime security.
No, so making us, I mean, okay, fair enough, we can do that, but then it would be too broad-based. But notwithstanding, if you would like it to be, because it's a summary of your this thing, we will leave it on maritime security aspects. And you can leave those two institutes.
We can say such as.
Okay, such as. Security aspects such as APCSS and NESA. And then move on to the next speaker, please. Okay, so the next speaker was, of course, from Comoros. You may have a look at it, and then we proceed after that to the next speaker from Thailand.
Like to add a point because I forgot to tell you the points. We do have a maritime operation center in Comoros. I'd like to add, if possible, I mean, establish an information center with the regional information, if possible. Because I forgot to let you know, because Comoros has a MOC, Maritime Operation Center. So we have to establish a common relation between the regional information center. We have a MOC, so.
No, can you just repeat slowly?
Link in with the regional fusion center.
So you would like this point to change?
Yeah, no, just to add.
Are you talking about training here or implementation of maritime security agreements?
Establish linkages between MOC and RCOC.
Because I just only talk about the SERFIM and the SERSEO. We'd like to add for the other, I mean, linking about the other, like India Fusion Center, I mean, Information Fusion Center. Establish a linking between the other.
MOC.
In the MOC, Comoros MOC, yes.
Is that fine? Okay. Can we move on? It's fine? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. We move on to the next speaker, which is who was from Thailand. Anything else? You may have a look at the points also. Is it fine? You want to add something or you want to delete something?
may I need clarification in bracket number C because yesterday I proposed that maybe we way forward to establish collaborative training program by to just increase exercise topic in existing exercise. So the number C bracket is a different meaning that I presented yesterday.
Sir, you would like to say something? What you?
More facets of training, more facets of development. What kinds of okay. So, need for increasing operational facets during exercises and training.
The word he used was
FACETS. Facets.
So if I remember right, what he had said was expand the scope of existing exercises.
Right. So increasing,
expanding the scope of existing exercises is the word he had used.
Yeah. So so this is more specific, as he wants to put it to be more precise, increasing the facets of operational facets during exercises and training cooperation.
I think this is fine. Is this okay?
Expanding the scope and operational facets of exercise. And instead of yeah. And of instead of during of. Yeah.
And Commander Chayate, the second one you had was developing SOPs for operations. The second suggestion you had made, if you want to include that.
We can start from developing SOP for the future operations.
I have your presentation. The 2 points you made was, first was increasing exercise topics in existing exercises, and the second was developing SOPs for operations. So perhaps you could include it in the way you would like me to include
it. Just a point is that every aspect which has been covered by the speaker, just taking out some key issues. So if the speaker intends to put something else, then we will go by that rather than the presentation and this thing. So if the speaker wants it to be added, then we'll add it. If it is fine by that, then
that's exactly what I suggested. I just reminded him that this is what he said.
So is this fine? We have added the fourth one. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Take this moment for looking at bracket number B.
Bravo.
Okay. Anything? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to the next.
Just Delta, just say need to develop SOPs. So that it is in uniformity with the previous.
Move on to the next speaker, Captain H.K. Singh from India. Check. Sir, minor English point, bravo. The speaker brought or highlighted rather than spoke about. Speaker spoke. That's fine, sir. Just change the. It's fine, sir. Yeah, no, just change para B. The speaker highlighted. The speaker highlighted the. About, okay. Yes. Okay, thank you. Just go to the next. Sir, if you could just move up once. Just move up, scroll up, just please. Sir, in Delta, if we could complete the speaker. Can you speak a bit louder? Yes, sir. The speaker also laid down QRs of Center of Excellence and various models existing for training on and after Center of Excellence and various after COE and various models existing or suggested. Okay, yes, it's included. Yes, you can remove it. Yes, you can scroll down, sir. Scroll down. Correct. Okay, we'll just move on to some of the perspectives and the summary, which can lead to some deliverable outcomes. That is the takeaways.
Just one minor point on Alpha 1. I think states is better off with a capital S. When we speak of nation states, I think it's better off as a, and perhaps it would be right across all the documents.
Okay, just move on to the takeaways.
Regarding the perspectives, may I request the GMC representatives from Mauritius, Seychelles and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, because they have their points that they have not reflected in the...
So we will move on to the takeaways. In this, if you recollect, yesterday the countries were told to come and bring out whatever is their particular aspect. So I think we'll focus on that right now for this particular session, because finally the outcome for the GMC would also focus on that. Unless the countries have something very specific which they brought out which needs to come in the imperatives, we will request and throw open the floor right now in case people, the countries have come out with certain niche and specialized areas which they think they do training in, so that it can be noted down here.
Asha, we can ask all the countries one by one.
Yes, I'll ask them one by one.
If they would like to share anything that they would like to share their expertise, then they have expertise which can be gainfully utilized by other countries.
So I'm going to call out the names of the countries in alphabetical order, and I would request the delegates to from each country, the head of the delegation from each country to highlight certain areas which they think is their specialization, and it would be at least knowledge for the others. So we'll start with Bangladesh.
Actually, I think better not to go this way. Why I'm saying so? Because if I say that we have this expertise, we can provide training to this. And if my Navy headquarters TNT doesn't agree with me, in that case, I'll be in trouble. So, to be candid, better to write just in general that we may share, not the teaching or imparting training, share the experiences amongst the GMC nations and looking for the opportunities. You can write a letter to the headquarters, okay, on which ground you may provide training. Maybe the respective nations training directorate may come up with this. It's better now.
So we'll keep it pending from your side, sir. Okay. And in case there is anybody else, we'll go sequence wise, because there might be somebody who might want to, bring across in this forum itself. So we'll record that. And as far as you're concerned, of course, you would like to get back with post discussion with your naval headquarters. So we'll move on to, sir.
Cabin Affairs, we are not going to say Bangladesh nil. We are just going to see if anybody here already knows and has already checked back, and he can share without any problem, it's fine. And we will also record that there was consensus that a decision can be taken as to which country can provide training or which is specialized in what at a later date also. So if you do not want to comment right now, there is no compulsion.
We move on to Comoros.
For us, we need to have a cooperation between the member states of the Indian Ocean region. And we suggest, if possible, to take some time to come visit our institute. I mean, because like I said, Comoros Coast Guard is very young. They need some coming up. If it could, take care of us, it will be a pleasure for us and for all the delegates. That is the opportunity to share everything and to take notes on between us. Thank you.
We move on to Indonesia.
I've just added one point.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I said cross visits between GMS nations to explore training opportunities.
Okay. Indonesia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Regarding the Center of Excellence program, we propose that we must considering the programs into the small and manageable and homogeneous components.
So the exercise, I got the point. The point which we are trying to highlight here and get the views of the countries is in terms of if there is any specialized domain which they think they do training in, and then at least that aspect can be highlighted. It's not necessary that everybody else is going to go there and train for that. But if you feel as a representative of your country that there is a particular aspect of training which you think is good in your country, you can at least highlight that. That is the concept of this entire discussion.
We offer and propose the program of training of the hydrography for the union officer. It means that the programs, the duration of the program was the 7 months highlighted on the subject of
no, so we can just note it down saying that you have specialization in hydrography. I think that should be good enough. Yeah. So, okay. We move on to the next country, Madagascar.
We do not have any expertise in training, but we are willing to send our personnel in other countries to follow training.
Malaysia.
Captain Sharma, I just wanted to also through your pages, one is to identify areas of training is one aspect, the other is identify your own strength areas, and then of course the center of excellence part. So I think we need to get both parts. which are the areas where we need to get training done. That's one. So that recommendation should also be coming. And the second recommendation is about what is the strength area. So then we can determine which are the areas where we can take up training.
So getting a consensus as to which all areas a particular aspect of training needs to be done right now, this might not be an exact forum for that, sir, because there would be various countries which would have to go back and then actually realize what they felt need is. So here this exercise is more to do with exactly in case they feel that there is a specialized training which they do enough.
But I thought the commandant yesterday mentioned about this as the first step.
Commodore FC, sir, please go ahead.
Captain Sharma, I completely agree with what you're saying as the moderator, because I think what we need to look out here right now is if the representatives can go back and communicate what are the training requirements. We are not looking at where the training will be conducted, because that will be the next step. So right now I think it will be better that we collate what are the training requirements from the 12 member countries, and they can share, and they don't have to tell it right now. So we should leave it at communicating of the various training requirements, and then subsequently in later forums, maybe even during GMC if it's feasible, then we can look at how those training requirements can be met comprehensively and collectively by the 12 members.
So I think that what we can do right now is we'll just build a particular, we'll just put that as a key takeaway, saying that any specialized training expertise available in any of the countries of the GMS nations may be highlighted.
And training requirements.
And their other requirements may also be highlighted.
Correct.
So as a coordinating nation, we could probably seek that from them, and then we can take it on in the next years.
Right now to take on, because I'm sure there could be more areas.
Yes.
So I don't think we should straight away jump on saying that I need this and I can do that.
Yes.
I think they can all head back to their respective organizations, discuss there, and give us, or rather communicate what are the requirements and what are the feasibilities.
So you may word it accordingly here, saying that the training needs or requirements by the GMS nations may be indicated by respective GMS nations, and also the expertise available with them for training other GMS nations. So both can be indicated. So one is their requirements and one is of course the expertise which they have.
So the subpara alpha mentions that. If you go to the top, the better sir. Mentioned all representatives of GMS states were requested to share the country-specific views on identified areas wherein training is required, as also areas where the countries can provide training capsule in the niche fields to develop collaborative training programs. We can just leave it till
okay, we can just leave it at that.
Yeah. We can, if identifying areas, collaborative field will help in establishing center of excellence, we can look at it whether we want to retain or delete that.
No, we'll just, as of now, because it's the next stage, so we have not even got into the requirements and what is the exact expertise which is there. So I think at this point in time, quoting the centers of excellence might not be appropriate. So you may remove that particular aspect, just go back. After field and fields, that's it. And just delete the rest. Areas of collaborative training on top. Just go to the third last slide. Identifying areas of collaborative training and just full stop after that. Yeah, all these may be deleted. No, leave it at that. That's full stop. delete the rest. Just delete. Share may be shared and discussed during GMC 23. And discussed during GMC 23. Yeah. The same may be shared and discussed during GMC 23. Okay, we'll move on to the next final session. Just a point is that we are spending some more time in this particular aspect of takeaways. So when we come to the final session, it is only going to be easier as far as the discussion points for GMC 23 is concerned. So the last session was leveraging activities pursued through existing multinational organizations in the IOR towards generating collective maritime competencies. Just a point which I would like to highlight here is that the session just happened in the morning. The summary and the records have been made in quick time, so there might be some spelling mistakes which should be there, so you may please excuse and also highlight them whilst they are being flashed. And of course, some key takeaways in case there is more deliberation, we continue that discussion once we are flashing that. Okay, please go ahead. So we move on to the first speaker for session 4 from Madagascar. In case you may please have a look and just clarify if everything is fine, otherwise we'll move on to the next one.
So if you could correct that para Bravo 1 as I had handed out, Nairobi Convention could be deleted. The African Charter could be corrected as I had written in case.
Captain Rabera, whatever are the additions, deletions which are being done for this particular session, you may please cross-check it again with the person who's done this, because this is the last session which happened and it's just been recorded immediately, so we may have a cross-check with the person who moderated.
And development, sir. And development. Two answers, there are two hands. It's from the authorized source. It's full document is there. That's correct.
So can we have the speaker giving your consensus for whatever has been recorded here?
It's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
It is okay.
It's fine?
It's okay, it's fine.
Okay.
This is fine too.
That was the last part.
Good.
Moving on to speaker 2.
Can you see, sir? You're able to see? You want to just expand it a bit. Is it okay now?
scroll down.
Better improve. Remove better.
To improve, just write, remove better and write improve. So the previous page, no, we'll just hold on for the Myanmar. Yes, minor correction. Network. That's okay, don't worry about it. You can go ahead. After exchange, just write programs. Is that okay, sir? After we finish and you've given your consensus, we'll just have Captain Parmar who wanted to say some things. Thank you, sir. Sir, Captain Parmar, please.
Just a query. You use the term IOR ARC. It's actually IORA. So if it's okay with the Myanmar colleague, if you go up, you can replace IOR ARC with IORA. Go up. Somewhere in the beginning. Yeah, there we are. Stop. After ions. Just a point for consideration. So IOR ARC, we could use IORA.
Captain Parmar is indicating that instead of IOR ARC, we can use it as IORA. So is that fine, sir? Okay, thank you. Just change it to IORA. We move on to the next speaker from Seychelles, Major Hans Paul. You may please have a look at.
Can I see it now? Yeah, it's Hans Paul Radigon. You missed my surname a few times. So it's okay.
Let's scroll down. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Lieutenant Commander Ashok from India. May I have a look at your summary made for your.
You may kindly scroll down, sir. This is okay. Sir, we would reconcile whether we want to put New Delhi or Gurugram. IFCIR at New Delhi.
Pardon? Yeah, you can just put.
For Delta 1, you can change New Delhi to Gurugram. Sir.
Gurugram. At Gurugram. And scroll down.
I suggest a small suggestion. Going back to who's the previous page?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, Bravo, subpara Bravo, importance of trust and bridging gaps in understanding, as also highlighted by Captain Faiz of BN. We could remove this part where we're quoting Captain Faiz, because if this is to be quoted, then we must have the hyperlink to the context in which it is spoken.
So we can just
recommend we remove that.
No, you can just remove everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's not required. Also remove here.
So please scroll up, sir. Sir, can we delete AND systems in Alpha Charlie, sir? Right, sir. So for serial number 4, do we need to have which broadly mirror the challenges highlighted by the delegates?
Just a mirror?
No, sir. Which we can delete that part, sir. Till delegates. Just a minute. I think an unbiased analysis and reports published periodically by the center relating to drug trafficking, IUU fishing. And you can add maritime terrorism and other matters.
Instead of extra, we can continue, sir. Maritime fishing, maritime terrorism, and emerging massive challenges. We can, after fishing, sir, IU fishing, we can delete etc. In addition, covers and all, we can delete that also. Put a comma and yes. In addition, covers also we can delete. Sir.
Just say and here, right?
No, sir, no, sir. Drug trafficking, IU fishing, maritime terrorism, and emerging massive challenges.
After drug trafficking, IUU fishing, maritime terrorism is the next one. Yeah, no, it's already there. Just delete, delete.
Sir,
that's right. Delete it off.
Sir, may I recommend that we change all these terms with non-military maritime security threats and challenges?
Delete the complete thing and just relating to non-military maritime threats. It's already written on top, you can copy.
Just use non-traditional threats. Covers everything which is non-military.
Right.
You can change it to the subpara 2 also, sir, where non-military maritime security is used. There also we can put non-traditional.
Which para?
Just one up, yes, one up. There's, it's not.
Yeah, but just go back. What is non-traditional maritime security?
Non-traditional threats. Correct, that's fine.
Okay, we'll move on to the summary of session 4. After that, what we will do is, since there have been some changes in the summaries or the takeaways whilst we have been discussing it, so we would copy all of them and then have them as the GMC 23 discussions. So we'll just flash the summary of session 4 right now. And I request, in case there are any views for them, you may please highlight them. Chosen areas of collaboration.
Single 7, sir. We may deliberate whether to leave it or.
Yeah, I can just leave it. Just remove it. It's just history.
Sasha, I think point alpha, existing multinational organizations within IOR.
Yes, sir.
Para
Just
A
put
on the
first
first
line
line.
after multinational organizations bracket within IOR.
Yeah.
Remove point number 7, please.
The full form of cues is Code of Unintended Encounters at Sea. At sea.
So it's unplanned. Unplanned encounter.
The takeaway, the last point, you can remove it from here.
Go back to 9, please. Qs is not an SOP. So you can say adoption of WPNS code of unplanned encounters at sea within the IOR.
No, I think it would be a separate point then, sir.
It's not an SOP, so don't count it under that.
So we'll put as a separate point. Transferability of SOPs, and then full stop in the second one. Put a full stop, make an entire.
A minor point, word for, not off. Cues.
Code for unplanned encounters.
Why ions as adopted?
So point 11, officer from IFC IOR can.
So we may modify it to cross visits and experience sharing. Yes. Or subject SME exchange, sir. Sir, both interactions, SME interactions and exchange.
Okay, with that we have come to the end of the discussions of GMS 22. We would now move on to the discussions for GMC 23. So for that, the takeaways of each of the session of GMS 22 would be as the start point. I would now actually request Captain Ravera to copy all the takeaways which have been modified, because if you have the other document, then there would be the unmodified takeaways. Copy them and place them at the end of the particular document which you are working on right now. And we would then discuss, so that it's as a revision for all of us right now here, as to what were the takeaways of each of the session which we just summarized the last 1.5 hours. So while you do that, I also request, traditionally every moderator has been giving a round of applause to the speakers, but here I would request all of you to give a round of applause to all the people who have been working hard to compile this 50-page document in the last.
So with your permission, we will hold on for about 2 minutes before we flash the other documents.
We can have a 5-minute leg stretch also. If anybody would like to stretch their legs or their hands or their mouths, that is also possible outside.
Shall we reassemble at 1300, sir?
As soon as possible, because I have to call Commandant and we have to finish. The sooner we finish, then we can.
Yes, so the takeaways for GMC, the discussions for GMC 23 is invariably an outcome of all the discussions of the.
Yeah, so it will remain as a proposed thing.
Yes.
Because it is proposed for all of us.
That is right.
And then when foreign cooperation will promulgate it.
Yes.
Yes. But record of discussions will still go as.
That's right, that's right. So we'll have a 5 minutes leg stretch. We would commence this session at 1255 on the clock. Captain Ravera, may please take the podium. We are going to be commencing in the next 30 seconds. I'll be making a couple of announcements when everybody settles down. Thank you, gentlemen. So with that, we will commence the session 6, which is the takeaways or the proposed agenda for GMC 23. I'll just flash them. We have already just gone through them in the previous session. I'll just quickly flash them so that everybody, we have a consensus of all, and then we will proceed on after that for the next event. So this was the summary or the takeaway for session 1. Next.
Can I just butt in, Sasha? Can we go back to the session 1, please? This implement an optimal enforcing mechanism. What? I think we need to list that down. This is a little too not very clear. Your enforcing mechanism would be for what aspect?
So shall we leave it as discussions on an optimal?
I think
we can leave it as instead of implementation. We can just leave it as a discussion.
One big lacuna unclaused as is that there is no enforcement mechanism. That holds good for all international laws and conventions, because most nations would not like to have a legally binding convention or a law. So you just need it as a discussion point.
Okay.
It should be mechanisms
And also change it in the takeaways of the. This was the session 1. We'll move on to the session 2. These were the takeaways which were finally, discussed just an hour ago. So finally, these are the proposed agendas for the GMC 23.
If I may.
Can I?
Please, sir.
Paragraph 3. Paragraph 4. The concept of whole of government and participation of civil societies and private sector be encouraged. Participation.
Okay. Please change it again in takeaways after this. This was a point brought by you earlier also, sir. We have understood that, so we'll incorporate it there also.
Sir, just if I may.
Please.
Although it is not there, I know that the priorities have been identified in the GMC 21. But now here in this case, we may consider identifying the commons stroke convergences in the sub-regional level. That could be a point for discussion.
Sir, but the whole issue is that then it will break down the concept of the GMS. So if you have a sub-regional level identification of priorities, then it becomes bilateral or trilateral, and then having that as a subset of GMS might not have the control of the GMS per se. So maybe that is the point which is.
I think I think what you said is right. What the essence of the whole thing is that we do factor the sub-regional issues and whatever has been done at the sub-regional level and other mini-laterals, but we focus on the GMS at this, right?
Yes. Session 4.
Just a point on point 2, I mean,
Sir, please.
We will have to wait till GMC 23, is it? For the
So, the whole issue is that it can keep getting discussed and they will forward it, and then of course it will be, so it's an ongoing process, but formally it would be discussed only in GMC 23.
See, the point is that while we may say that I have expertise in this, but you have to go back to your headmasters and ask them. So might as well let the headmasters only come next year and tell us where they can, provide the schooling in.
So, sir, one suggestion, because I think,
sir, please.
Maybe we let my colleague from Mauritius speak first, because if you allow, can I probably we are speaking the same thing. I think what he's saying is, why should we wait till GMC to give our inputs? So we can give our inputs, and of course they'll be discussed in GMC. At least our higher authorities would be better prepared to undertake discussions if those inputs have come to us earlier.
So, do we have a timeline for this, or we can say at an early date or something, sir? I'll have to leave it at open-ended because.
If I can just suggest, change para 2 saying the same may be processed and finalized during GMC 2023. the process can start, and wherever we reach a decision, even if it predates GMC 2023, it can be shared during GMC 2023.
Is this fine, sir? So process parallelly, so that will continue. Please, sir.
Yes, likewise we'll be going back to our respective countries. We will obviously report on this matter. But I suggest, like rightly said by Commodore FC, is that correspondence be sent to the respective, so that maybe give a deadline to submit their views and on this. So that by the time the headmasters come from the GMC, they will be also be abreast of what is expected from them.
So,
is it okay if we give a time frame of around 3 months from now? So if it's okay with everyone, then we say that inputs may be provided by, let's say, end Jan, if that's okay. Is everybody in agreement? And it is end Jan 2023 and not 2024, please.
If we really wanted, then we should have given 29th February then. Then it will come once in 4 years.
the same may be process shared by 31st Jan 23 and discussed during GM for further discussions during GMC 23.
Gentlemen, we don't want to push down a date down your throats and digestive systems. If anybody feels that January is too little, please let us know. Okay, I think we are okay with it.
Just go to the next point. I think the first and the last third point are similar.
Can we just go back to the previous one?
Yes, sir.
You know, what you had written earlier, the same may be processed and discussed during GMC 2023 was fine, and we could say thereafter inputs in this regard may be provided, if that's okay. You know, the fact that it is going to be processed and discussed is a separate part.
Yes, sir.
And then we are asking inputs may be provided in this regard.
The line should start with inputs, not the same may be processed. It should say the inputs for the same should be provided by. Just give a date.
Shama, did you get what I said?
So we'll just say inputs may be provided by 31st Jan 23.
Correct.
The same may be thereafter processed and discussed during GMC.
Absolutely.
The outputs of this as input, I understand.
As long as the meaning is understood, you know, feedback if you want to use, if input and output is confusing, we can always say feedback.
Go to session 4. Just remove para 3, it is the same as para 1. Were these the only two takeaways?
Yes. The fourth one on training capability.
Yeah.
There were some in the perspectives of which can be shifted if something additional needs to be added.
No, there were common perspectives, but they were not an agenda. So with that, we have come to the end of the proposed agenda for GMC 23, which have been just flashed. They've already been discussed in threadbare in all the 4 sessions which we discussed about 2 hours ago. So with that, we have come to the end of the entire proceedings as far as session 5 and 6 are concerned. I now request the MC to please take on the further proceedings of the afternoon.
I now request Commodore Anil Jaggi, Commodore Foreign Cooperation, Indian Navy, to deliver the closing address.
Commandant Naval War College, Deputy Commandant Naval War College, representing officers from the friendly foreign countries, distinguished speakers and panelists of the Goa Maritime Symposium 2022, officers from the National Maritime Foundation, and the faculty as well as participants from the Naval War College. As Commodore Foreign Corporation of the Indian Navy, it has been an honor to participate in the Goa Maritime Symposium 2022. This edition has resulted in some very interesting and meaningful discussions over a period of 2 days as part of the symposium. As part of my closing remarks for the symposium, I will briefly encapsulate my take on some of the notable maritime security challenges of the Indian Ocean region. These aspects have already been covered in the detailed panel discussions and have also been brought out by some of the speakers during the last 2 days. Firstly, it is well hoisted that given the enormity of the maritime domain of our planet and our dependence on the oceans, the occurrences anywhere in this domain, either natural or human influenced, will have a direct and notable bearing on the well-being, security and safety of the entire humankind, whether in short, medium or long-term time frames. It is therefore not only reasonable but also paramount that continuous study, discussions and debate through collaborative mechanisms and forums such as the Goa Maritime Conclave and this symposium on consequential developments in the maritime region must be a regular and continuous feature. The second fact that I would like to bring to fore is the increasing incidence of maritime crimes, be it piracy, human trafficking, illegal drug trade over the oceans, or disruptive actions by the non-state actors. The occurrence of such maritime misdemeanors and the presence of non-state actors in the maritime domain is nothing new, and the affected countries have been dealing with these causes. However, the surge in such incidents and proliferation of non-state actors with enhanced reach owing to illicit funding and access to contemporary technology through tacit support from certain states is a cause of concern. Further, the novel techniques being utilized to disrupt the global commons are aspects which need greater deliberations and definitive action from like-minded nations, some of which are represented here. Another facet which I wish to highlight is the consequence of the global warming and climate change, which is leading to increase in the frequency and enormity of natural disasters. This is a stark reality, and it is imperative that we create necessary constructs and collaborate meaningfully to cater to such circumstances and disasters while focusing on human security in the region. There are, of course, other challenges such as those posed by the introduction of autonomous systems, cyber threats, and an incremental yet steady increase in the number of extra-regional players in the Indian Ocean region, which is gaining prominence and needs attention. Lastly, it is comforting that there is a growing realization and acknowledgement by the stakeholders, some of which are present here, that we need to keep aside our differences and transcend over our regional or national moorings in order to have constructive discussions on the maritime security challenges and opportunities in the region. This is the only way that we will be able to collectively capitalize and work upon the common goals or visions for the Indian Ocean region. India believes in the ethos of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means that the world is one family. And this is also synonymous with the Sagar vision, which was earlier mentioned by the Commandant and some of the speakers, and which is the driving philosophy for India's partnerships in the maritime domain. In the same context, I find Goa Maritime Symposium and the Goa Maritime Conclave as apposite forums in which the navies and maritime security agencies of the participating countries of the Indian Ocean region, including the Bay of Bengal, can discuss issues that bear upon the regional maritime security of the region and can consensually arrive at solutions based upon common understanding and agreements. This forum encourages the participants to view the expanse of ocean in our region as a domain that connects and integrates rather than a space that separates or isolates the nation states. This connect or desire to cooperate was quite apparent during the symposium interactions as well. I can say with full conviction that the panel discussions have very aptly supported the theme of this year's symposium, which is Maritime Security Challenges in the Indian Ocean region, with focus on converting common maritime priorities into collaborative mitigation frameworks. The important and relevant aspects of the theme have been suitably covered through frank, open, and constructive discussions, thereby laying the foundation for developing a purposeful agenda for the next Goa Maritime Conclave, as we have seen in the previous session. A major takeaway that I have garnered from the symposium is that we need to develop customized solutions which are relevant to our region, rather than importing extra-regional solutions and try to force-fit them on our regional template. This is applicable to all the 4 sub-themes of the panel discussions, and hence we need to collectively find workable solutions and mechanisms to best deal with the opportunities and challenges of this region. I will re-emphasize, at the cost of being repetitive, that the maritime security challenges, especially the non-traditional threats, along with other environmental, informational, food and human-related security issues, are common threats that demand common approaches and collective solutions. It has been amply amplified and agreed by one and all that no single country can overcome these threats by itself. And therefore, platforms or forums like Goa Maritime Symposium and Conclave are important as they enable and facilitate the regional actors to combine their capabilities and prepare a collective and effective response to such challenges. In conclusion, I firmly believe that we are all here to work together towards achieving the common vision of a united, prosperous and progressive Indian Ocean, which must remain free, open and inclusive for one and all. In my humble opinion, the regional diversity of the region will nurture this vision through such forums and will lead to developing collaborative mechanisms and mitigation strategies to tackle the maritime security challenges of the region. I would like to thank once again the representatives from friendly foreign countries, Naval War College, and other officers as well as officials present in the symposium for their participation and contribution in making this event a success. On my part, as the Commodore Foreign Corporation from Indian Navy Headquarters, I can assure you of the continued and unstinted support of the Indian Navy for the future editions of Goa Maritime Conclave and Goa Maritime Symposium. I wish you all a pleasant stay in Goa, and I sincerely hope
that you will carry fond memories of the sun and sands of this beautiful city. Namaste and thank you.
Request Commandant Naval War College to kindly come up and speak a few words.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates from friendly foreign countries, delegates from IHP Navy, Southern Naval Command, National Maritime Foundation. We have a veteran, Captain Raghavendra Mishra. As some of you are aware, he swallowed the anchor yesterday. He joined us as serving, and now we'll conclude as a veteran. He is the only veteran present amongst us. NWC staff and the 35th Naval High Command Course. We've had 4 sessions followed by 2 sessions to record the discussion and decisions, and the discussions for the Goa Maritime Conclave 2023 have also been debated, and I'm told by my deputy and Commodore FC that these have been very fruitful, and I'm sure all of you have some takeaways from this deliberation which we have had in the last 1.5 days. The advantages of such meetings, I'm sure I don't have to debate, but it is a good forum, especially after the pandemic, to meet face to face and see the point of view of the other person, try and debate and arrive at a consensus. All of us have agreed the advantages of discussion, they need to continue, and I'm sure this is a forum which will only grow in strength from time as the time goes by. So it is for me to thank all the friendly foreign countries and the delegates and the maritime forces who have found time and are present with us today, and some of them are departing tonight, and majority of you will continue for one more day for the next seminar. So I thought it is appropriate that I come on stage and break tradition and try and acknowledge the contribution of each one of you. I acknowledge and sincerely thank all the speakers, all the people who have participated for the free, frank and inclusive discussions, and especially the moderators who steered the discussions to their logical conclusion. I think I normally make it a point to acknowledge the man behind the scene, the man behind the stage. So that is why I'm standing in front of you, and I'm sure all of you, once we have debated, the timelines, especially in organizing this event, have been quite tight for us administratively. And I would like to take this opportunity to call on stage some of the stakeholders, the key stakeholders and the representative will start who have facilitated the conduct of this event. I will start with the Hilton Hotel staff first. Kindly come up on stage. My team, that is the NWC staff and the Directorate of Foreign Cooperation, kindly come up on stage.
I think this is the best time of the year. By the time we form up on stage for the group photograph, I think this is the best time of the year for you to visit Goa. And I'm sure all of you have gone around, and we will facilitate in case anything is left. Do feel free and let us know if we can do anything. And also some of you have informally expressed the desire to visit the Naval War College. If you still feel so, we will make the arrangement provided you are interested. So that open invitation extends to all of you. And I'm sure all of you have contributed to the economy of Goa. And if not, you still have tonight and tomorrow also. So please do that. That is my humble request. And I will break tradition. As I said initially, may I request all of you to stand and give a round of applause to this team in the traditional manner. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Gentlemen, I thank you for your wholehearted participation in the symposium. May I invite our guests that the program following lunch will be visit to Goa Shipyard Limited. The transport for the same is scheduled to depart hotel at 1445 hours. We now close the proceedings for the Goa Maritime Symposium 2022. I request all the delegates to proceed for lunch at Quattro as yesterday. Jai Hind.